Good morning, Ma'am Karen. Good morning, Ma'am Fe. Nandito na po
Morning
si
po.
Dr. Antonio Iberos Jr., our speaker on the COVID-19 vaccine.
Sige
Ma'am
po.
Fe,
Yes, sir. Will
start na po
for the
tayo. Ano, Ma'am
ah,
Karen?
naana ba si Doc Bong?
Nana po.
Ay, okay, very good. Sige. I think, Sir Pedro, Ma'am Karen, I think we can already start.
Yes po.
Good morning. Am I heard po?
Yes,
Yes,
go ahead.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you po. Good morning once again. Welcome to the Students General Orientation for second semester academic year 2020-2021. I am Pedro P. Raimunde Jr. and I will be your facilitator for this orientation. A reminder to each and everyone to please turn off your microphone, and if your internet connection allows, please turn on your camera. In compliance with Data Privacy Act of 2012, this live feed is recorded for documentation purposes only and is held with confidentiality. This video will only be streamed on YouTube through the closed group Virtual General Orientation 2020. To start with, let us have the invocation followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and CVSC hymn through an audio-visual presentation.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Ang pambansang awit sa titik mo'y buhay.
we already had a meeting with President Ganiera, no? So they gave us this time to share with you very important, no, that we will be going to share Pagat. And she has assigned our Info Formation Center Manager, Michael Uy, to co-spearhead this cluster. So we're here. And of course, for the series of this week, we're going to have this same forum, you students from the different campuses of CBS. So mua lang here is for you to really um, maminaw ka, and then because these are very very helpful to you, not just you but to your family, to your loved ones. These are very important input. That's why po I know and I believe that's why muna sa nga gitagaan ni Ma'am Ganiera this lot to really share this input to you. So first off, I don't want to take this moment long because we will be tackling very important inputs. So first we will have um, our topic on COVID. Now, unsa pa di atong dapat may balaan? Of course, you've heard it all over the news. You've heard it on the press release, TV, social media, of course. But the question is, tama ba ang inyong nadunggan? So, are they reliable? Vaccination for one. If I'm right, the chat box response here, no, for the students, you alone pa lang nino nga atong survey. Sumutuo ba mga na COVID-19? Yes, very good. That's good already. And the next question, kung adunay COVID-19 vaccine karon, magpabakuna ba mo? And the question is, I think you can also see the chat box there. It's a yes, pero 37%. And ang nagsulti og no is 62%. And that's valid nga naman because maybe wala pa, dili pa enough ang inyong kaybaluan ni nganong dili. Even our speaker, Dr. Bong Ibernas, is even skeptical at first. Pero why did he eventually said yes to this bakuna? So later na nato ng sabton. And that's why, and these people, by the way, our first speaker and our second speaker, let me tell you, they're so busy with the schedules, they're so busy with their responsibilities, but still, they gave us this time. So kana lang ang muang hangyo sa inyo ha, to really learn and listen. And with that, also, even the UK variant, I'm sure daghang na po kayo nakasabot aning UK variant or even wala UK variant. Kanang po ini is just another virus. So ato nang paminawon unya. So with that, let's hear it from those in authority from the whole about itself. So let's hear it from our for the COVID response and our COVID-19 update. Let's welcome our provincial health officer and our EOC Emergency Operations Center Manager, Dr. Dr. Bong Ibierna. Sir, good morning.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Ma'am Fe Maestre. Good morning.
Good morning
Good
po.
morning, sir. Thumbs up,
Morning,
thumbs
no.
up. Buhi pa batang tanan. So for those who are still alive, please show your thumbs up in your icon. Thank you. Okay, good, good. No, even if you are in a virtual platform, it does not mean that we are less active. No, as a matter of fact, we can be more participative in using this platform because at the tip of our finger, you can just express our emotions, express our gratitude, and express a lot of our emotions. But first things first, I would like to, of course, thank Sir Michael Uy, Ma'am Fe Maestre, for really allowing me to be part of this activity. And of course, same gratitude goes to Dr. Lilibet Matunhay, CVSC President. Ma'am, thank you kayo. And other members of the administrative and student body, thank you for allowing us to be really of service to you, no? Especially now that we are still facing this pandemic and we do not seem to see definitely when is this really going to end. Do you want guys to end this pandemic or you want to keep it that way because at least we stay in the house, we do not go to school, we can laze around, is that what you want to do? or you want this ended already? Because if you look at the responses, I just would like to hinge on that. No, many of course believe, majority. In fact, the survey that we had yesterday, almost more than 90% really believe that there's COVID. However, when you ask them, would you like to get yourself vaccinated or get the vaccine? It seems that there's some disconnect because majority, if you say here 62%, and would say no, and only 37% would say yes, even if this is a small number. But that's alarming and very concerning as far as I'm concerned, because it does not seem to have a connection between wanting to end the pandemic and yet not wanting to get the vaccine, no. So I will tell you later on. I do not want to preempt my talk. I would like to tell you later what is the connection between ending the pandemic and taking the vaccine. And I hope I'll be able to give you some information for you to be able really to make a scientific and intelligent evaluation and decision. Dili lang bitaw kay nadungog na ko sa silingan ingon ani, nadungog nakita na ko sa social media ingon ani, then I'll make my decision. You might regret it, no? So let it be that science has to prevail, not fake news, not infodemics, not from the doktor-doktor. Dahil mga doktor-doktor sa mga atong komunidad, no, even sa ako mga consultations mangani, dok giingon sa akong silingan niya. Usually akong tuwagan sa ila, not to be sarcastic, is that ang silingan ba ma'am sir doktor, dili do kuan siya kanang farmer, not to be kuan sa farmer. Tinda lang do. So asa mo to? So I tell them that. Okay? So before I continue with my slides, can I ask everyone to please mute your microphone if you are not acknowledged to speak? Para mas focus sa atong discussion, because like what Ma'am Fe has said, we really prepare this for you guys. Okay? This is such a vital information that I believe everybody should know. Again, like I said earlier, for you to be able to make an intelligent and wise decision. Are you all wise or are you all intelligent? Unless you are not, no? So you really, I'm not really gonna invite you to make an intelligent evaluation and decision. So I believe because you are students, you're in the academe, and you can influence others in the community. My request or my invitation for you guys is to please listen and be open to, do not hesitate to ask questions. I'm here to enlighten you, hopefully, and you can ask me questions. Okay, so can I go ahead and do my sharing my screen? All right, so let me go over that. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it in a slideshow mode already? Not yet. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so this is my third day for the orientation. The day before yesterday, I was with New Bataan, and then yesterday with the big wigs, your leaders, your heads, superintendent. I think your head teachers, I think, and many of your teachers, and then today, I believe this is Montevista, right? So okay, so the flow of our presentation this morning would be as follows. So let's talk about what is coronavirus, what is a swab test, herd immunity, vaccine prevention, and UK variant. So hopefully I would not make you sleepy, considering that it's overcast over there. No, the weather seems not to cooperate, but let's invigorate our spirit and be excited in listening to the presentation. We had this, I'd like to share this to you. So you're not far from what others have already also responded when it comes to survey. Do you believe in COVID? Of course, 90%, I already told you that. But will you get vaccinated? It seems that, well, yesterday it was a 50-50. So I thought that it would be better now, but it seems that it's more individuals do not want themselves to get vaccinated. So ang ako pangutan na ganit dia, the reason why don't you get yourself get vaccinated? Maybe again, there probably is not enough understanding of why there's a need for us to get ourselves vaccinated. And then these are some of the reasons we have called out and gotten or obtained from yesterday's survey that safety and efficacy is an issue. Dahil nahadlok nga dili ko no safe and all that. Again, where is the source of that information? And then there's also some religious belief that probably they were told by their church leaders not to get themselves vaccinated. And napagya po yung mga doubtful or skeptics, no, nga mga nagaduda na ang vaccine is the solution to the pandemic. But I will, at the end of the day, I hope I'll be able to make you understand and see that connection between ending the pandemic and getting ourselves vaccinated. So if I'll be able to do that, then we will be, I mean, that's half the task done already. Okay. I'm showing this to you not because I want you to get dizzy or mga libat mo sa number or sa slide, but I'm just showing this to you when they make a survey out of these many countries here, what are some of the reasons for people not taking vaccine, no? Majority of them always side effects. Kaning sa right, left side, kaning blue, kaning dark blue, no? Kaning dark blue nga, I am worried about the side effects. So daghan sa ilaha is really more of the side effects. And then I don't think it will be effective. So the same sa tua nga kana bang epektibo ba ni or mao ba ni ang solutions kaning red, no? Daghan po na nagaingon, almost all majority of the countries have said that. And nag-ingon po ng uban, I'm not enough at risk from COVID. At taga-bukid man ko, Dok. Ama ko sa ibabaw bukid, or I'm not really exposed to the urban setting or to the city. So I'll probably not at risk for COVID. And I am against vaccines in general, maybe religious po ni kaning gray. So people have various reasons why they don't want themselves vaccinated. But again, this survey was done long before they had the vaccines available, no? So again, many of these are products of misconception and myths, no? Kana mga beliefs nato nga unscientifically founded, so or not scientifically founded. Tuo lang, okay? Now, let's have a refresher, no? Why the name COVID? COVID stands for Corona, for CO, VI, virus, D for disease, and 19, it was discovered in 2019. So, ayaw mo pag-ingon og Kobe ha. COVID yun na siya nagyo dili Kobe. Kay Kobe si Kobe Bryant, patay naman na siya, no? So, when you say COVID-19, say it rightly, no? It's not a Kobe. Now, asa ni nagikan, no? It's been theorized na or believed that it must have come from animals also. Here, nakita nyo na bats, na rats. Yan, daghan-daghan klase ang mga coronavirus. Na kay SARS-CoV, na kay MERS-CoV, na kay SARS-CoV-2. Kaning SARS-CoV-2 mo ning atoa karon. Kaning SARS-CoV katuning virus that happened in 2003, no? Maybe some of you weren't yet born, or natao na ba siguro mo, or you were still a baby, no? For many of you. And then MERS-CoV mo ni katong sa Middle Eastern, no? Sa Saudi Arabia, sa nga they have this epidemic also. But kining SARS-CoV-2 karon mo ni kita nga pandemic. Mintag pandemic is a worldwide occurrence, no? Wala man siguro inasud karon nga na wala maapektuhan sa SARS-CoV. Okay? So mo na nga we are now beyond 1 year na in our fight against the pandemic. So we should really help end this pandemic. I'm not going to spend this to you because I already mentioned this earlier regarding the different types of coronavirus and the two epidemics that I have mentioned, the MERS-CoV and the SARS-CoV. Also, just showing to you that there are many types of coronaviruses. No, dili lang usa, dili lang duha, but many of them were already identified. Corona because they resemble a crown. No, that's mainly the reason. When you look at it under the electron microscope, it resembles a crown. That's why the name corona. Now let me dwell a little bit on this slide. Okay, how do you spread the virus? Is it through the air? Can I see a show of hand here? Is it through the air? Can it be spread through the air? Any answers? You'll get a reward. You just give me yes or no answer in your chat box. Can you get it through the air? Did you kumukuan
No,
forward?
sir.
Nay nag yes, nay nag no, duha ang no, nay nag yes, nay nag no. Okay, no, 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 yes, 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 no, no. Uy, mura man og kanang 50-50. Okay, let me verify that, okay? All right. So, you do not get it through the air. No, it is, you can acquire it, or it can be transmitted through droplets. No, when you talk, that's why you have to wear mask. When you sneeze, when you cough. Okay, so we call it droplet. Now, kana ilang ginaingon nga air, because there was a study before nga it will just linger in the air, kanang micro droplets ana niya, but that is not considered the mode of transmission. So kato kong giingon, laway, sneezing, coughing, no? So these are talking, these are the things that virus can be transmitted from one person into another. Now, pwede siya fall into the surfaces. No, what are the surfaces nga ginaingon nato? Plastic, glass, paper, wooden, iron, aluminum. So, and then if you notice here na mga they can live for 5 days, 4 days, hours. No, what this means for us is that we really need to clean our surfaces. No, so especially kanang mga frequently touched areas. Di ba giingnan na I don't know if the schools have been implementing this, because for example, a frequently touched areas, anyone can just be touching it, and that's also a potential route or route for virus to be spread. Now, what are these frequently touched areas? Anybody? What are these frequently touched surfaces? Give me an example, or give me examples of frequently touched.
Doorknobs.
Eyes. Ayaw ng eyes kay imuha man na nose dili pod. Door handle, yes, door handle. What else?
Ball pen.
Ball pen, if you share your ball pen, so that's why you do not share your ball pen. Tables, right? Unsa pa? Frequently touched.
Laptops.
Laptop, okay. What else? Chairs, okay. What else?
Money, sir.
Plates, ginahugasan ng plates. Cellphone, yes, yes. Okay. What else? I want to get that answer. Nga wa pagisulti. Imo man ang dili man nimo ma-share sa uban. Kanang frequently touched by different persons. Okay? Money, okay. Yes. But inside your offices, that's why you are assigning supposed to be a person to be doing every 2 hours disinfection of those frequently touched. Spoon is a personal thing, so no. Switch, okay. Doorknob, switch, these are frequently touched areas, so that's why ask somebody to clean this very often in your offices. Okay, so thank you for your answers. Okay, now, so this is the reason why this particular slide is very important, because the virus can linger, and you can potentially touch the surfaces, and you touch your nose, or you touch your mouth, and you touch your eyes, then you have already introduced the virus to you. Okay. So how do we prevent the virus from being spread? What are the health minimum standards or protocols that we have been telling people to observe? Anyone? Give answer, please. So this is the way I give my lecture. I want everybody to participate, because I don't want to be the one talking only. Okay, wearing of face mask. What else? What are some of the minimum health protocols that we've been harping around for people to social distancing? Yes, face shield. What else? Alcohol, yes, sanitizing. Okay, hand washing. I-relate na nato. Stay at home. Okay, please. I hope this is not just an idea in our mind, but hopefully we're practicing this. Okay, thank you for your answers. And then we also do some campaign to reiterate and reinforce our teachings to all individuals regarding the BIDA campaign. I'll tell you about this BIDA campaign later on. And then we also want to intensify our community surveillance. We have our smallest unit in our governance is the barangay. So we want that the chismosos and the chismosas are going to be activated so that they can know who are the newbies or who are the new people coming into the community and who are advised to report to health authorities. No, baka basigikan na kung asa-asagikan. Okay? So we continue to do that. And then virtual meetings like versus face-to-face. Okay, so we have encouraged people to make use of the virtual platform by now. Okay, do not invite people to come to one room and do your face-to-face meeting already. And then avoid the three C's: confined places, closed environment, and crowded environment also. Okay, so try to avoid these. Kabalutani kung sa may mga crowded marketplaces, what else? Plaza, even in our churches, no? I've seen that there are churches already that they seem to have a lot of crowding. So we have to remind our church leaders of this also. And we only need to go out when this is necessary for food and medicines. Do not go for party. Do not go and visit some friends and doing your chit-chatting and things like that. And then be mindful of the prohibited activities. No, if sabong is prohibited and if you happen to see that it's being done in your community, please report it to authorities. Do we allow videoke? Do we allow videoke here in the province? Any answer? No, yes, no. No, because, not maybe. It's really no, because that's also a perfect occasion for virus to be transmitted. Okay? All right. So what about this one? Of course, we can urge our mayor, Davao City Mayor, Sara Duterte to run, but let's not do this way. Let's not do it this way. Okay? A lot of crowding, potential for virus to be spread. Okay? So now, how do we get tested for the virus? We call it the swab test. Or what is the other name for swab test? Anyone? What is the other name for swab test? Is the RT-PCR, no? So you've heard that the RT-PCR is the swab test. Okay. So how it is being done? The picture speaks of how it is being done. Okay, it's not painful. It's only ticklish, no? So do not be scared when you get yourself tested for RT-PCR. Rapid antigen, kanang tinatawag natong RAT, this can also be done, but on a very special situation only. And then what is the value of if someone is tested positive and we started calling all the contacts or close contacts. Now, how do you define close contacts? Anybody, how do you define close contacts? It should be less than 1 meter. Okay. When you engage, and if you engage, it would be more than 15 minutes, and you're not wearing face masks. You're too close to each other, then you are considered close contacts. Now, if that happens, then you will be tagged as close contacts. You will also be asked to get yourself quarantined, tested also for the virus. Okay, so make sure you do not get too close to each other, and if you have to communicate, make sure that you have that recommended distance. Okay, I'm showing this to you now. This person here is a priest. Okay, he's a Filipino priest, Filipino American priest, a Dominican order. He finished his molecular biology study at the University of Pennsylvania, summa cum laude. So no doubt he's a bright priest. At the same time, a scientist, a molecular biologist. Why am I showing this to you? First, of course, I'm proud that he's a Filipino. Second is that he had a lot of papers and experiments being conducted in relation to the COVID-19 vaccine. And he's the one who said that if you want to end the pandemic, do you want to end this pandemic, right? I mean, everybody would agree, almost 100%, we want this pandemic in. If we want to end this pandemic, we make sure that we immunize 70 to or 75% of the population. If you have a pen and a paper, please get his name. I'm going to tell you where you him in the Google and uh, find time to watch his talk or conversation with the Bishops Conference of the Philippines. No, um, there's so many information that you can get from there, and then that will also help you make a rational decision in your in being able to be vaccinated. Okay, so 75% of the population should be vaccinated. Why is that? Let me tell you this. Let me introduce the concept of herd immunity. Herd is HERD, herd. Okay, herd immunity. Okay, what is that herd immunity? We are trying to vaccinate certain population, okay, certain number in the population, and it is to be 70 to 75% because these individuals are now going to protect the non-eligible or kadtong dili pwede mabakunahan because of age and medical reasons. Okay? And maybe religious, no? Dili nato apilo ng mga kanang kadtong di magpabakuna tungod kay nadungog lang nila. So we need that number. We need that 70 to 75%. Now, wingon napamanday 30% doc, dito na lang ko sa 30% nga dili magpabakuna. Mind you guys, mind you and remember this. Ang 30% already in our population kadtong 16 years and below. Nga dili gyud pud jud sila eligible right from the start nga bakunahan because there is no study that this vaccine is safe to them, to this age group, or efficacious to them. Kay walay study. Nang mayon ka, dok nalagi vaccine ang mga bata. Kanang mga sa bata, again, because that is specific for their age. But for this particular vaccine, there's no study on this particular age group. So, ang 30% already are considered non-eligible. So therefore, kita nga 70 to 75%. If we want to be if we want to end this pandemic, let's all be part of that herd immunity group. Okay? So, ingon ana na lang ka-strong ang reason why we should get vaccinated. Otherwise, kung di na ito na ma-achieve ang 70 to 75%, magsigig balik-balik ang pandemic, we can never end this one. And nakita na ninyo unsay impact anino in terms of economic, social, educational, and even health yun ang dako, no? Kanang when we see someone dying of COVID. So I hope I have pounded this to you on the importance of really getting ourselves vaccinated because we want to achieve that herd immunity. Let me explain to you the herd immunity. Okay, I have already mentioned that. Okay, I happened to work in the University of Florida back in 2006. Almost 10 years ko dito. Doing some research on the clinical trials, no, kanang phase 1 clinical trials. This is in USA. So I've also learned how vaccines, how drugs are being developed. So I'm going to share this to you. Kay daghang mga misconceptions sa inyo nga kanang gidali-dali ra man guna dog na basi dili na siya safe. So I know I'm aware of those fears and apprehensions ninyo, but let me tell you this, okay? So the vaccine actually undergoes what we call a certain cycle, no? You don't have to memorize this, but just look at the green side or the green part here where I'm pointing my arrow here. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So clinical trial studies involve these 3 phases. No? So the vaccine have already undergone the phases. Now, kung safety lang atong istoryahan, sa phase 1 pa lang daan, safe na siya. No? So you should ward that off in your mind that this vaccine is unsafe because phase 1 pa lang safe na siya. Sa phase 2, mabasa ba ninyo na ay word nga safe sa phase 1? Say yes or no. Mabasa ninyo?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
Doc.
so you see the word the word in phase 1 here, safety. So it's really safe, okay? I can bet my house and I can bet my life for that, okay? Because this is where I used to work in phase 1 clinical trials at the University of Florida in the US. Okay, so phase 2 effectiveness. So ang pangutana na po epektibo ba na siya? The vaccine has already undergone the effect this phase 2. Phase 3 na siya, safety and effectiveness. Okay? Now, phase 4 ni siya, kutob dapat kaning lavender here. Phase 4. Now, na Dok, wala pa man naka phase 4 Dok. Unsaon naman na basig mga daotan ni ana. Usually ang phase 4 does not have an impact so much on the safety and effectiveness. Diri man gud ang phase 4 mura na naniguro lang jud ka nga kanabang you want to really kanang exhaust or get more people to get into the trials. But really and truly, when you pass through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, the drug is safe and the drug is efficacious or has effectivity or is effective to address this pandemic. Now, usually to develop a vaccine or a drug takes years, but because of this pandemic now, it's a very extraordinary situation in the whole world right now. That's why everything is expedited. Dili ta mo ingon nga so gidali-dali na Doc. Therefore, dili na may pagkabuhat. Not in this particular case because remember, is a pandemic. All the experts in the world came, no? Murabag nagtapok yun ang tanan o gitabangan. Mura na siya, the analogy here now is this. When you farm a 1-hectare rice field, and if you only have 2 workers to do that, how many days would how many days or how many hours would you be able to plant the whole uh, 1 hectare land? Maybe, let's say, 10 hours, just for the sake of discussion. But if you put in more people, not only 2, but maybe 10 people, then probably you'll be able to do it in 1 hour. Algebra ba na siya nga kuan nga question, di ba? Kanang kung duha lang ang magtrabaho, pila ka oras na mahuman, kung napulo ka buok, pila ka oras mahuman. So it is similar to that situation. So that's why dili ta makaingon nga gidali-dali na siya nga vaccine. Like I said earlier, for as long as it is gone through the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that should be safe and effective. Now, another thing that I hope I'll be able to convince you guys, all the vaccines that we have right now or are coming to the country right now pass through a very strict process in the vetting process or in trying to evaluate its safety and efficacy. So, natay Food Drug Administration, and not only that, we also have a body called HTAC. That's HTAC, Health Technology Assessment Council. This is being revived, re-established, and being strengthened. And we've got all the experts in our country today working on that. So, dili man jud siguro ta ipahamak sa atong gobyerno because we have really put in the most intelligent and the best experts we have in the country today. All right? So I hope I have this one. I don't want to go over this because this is already the slides that I have. It's all about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 gyapon. I'm not gonna dwell on this. This is very technical. It depends on the audience. And these are some of the examples of the vaccines that kulang pagay ini siya. But basta you just have to remember that the vaccines all over the world are the supply actually is really not enough, no? That's why moabot sa tuwa in tranches, by batches siya moabot. So how I wish good noon ta kung we're in the first world country like in the US, so they could have they are already done with their vaccination, no? In fact, some of my friends would joke that because I also can go to the US and get my vaccines there. Ginako lang dito na lang ka magwag vaccine doc ko nga. How I wish, but the work that I'm doing right now really prohibits me to go there, no? There's just so many things that we do here and you will have to come back again for another dose, no? Because it's 1 month apart. 2 doses man guna siya for the most part. Okay, so I'm not gonna discuss that. This is the one I told you earlier, the herd immunity. So just remember this 4-letter word. 4-letter word, the herd immunity. Note that the red persons here represent those getting the virus. They're the infected individuals. And the green ones surrounding the red are the guys or the individuals being vaccinated. Now, when they surround, makontain nila ang katong individuals, mo na sila nag-herd immunity, nag-create og herd immunity kaning mga green. Okay? So, when they're able to surround the red ones or the red individuals through herd immunity, kaning mga blue diri, kaning 30%, kani atong mga 16 years old and below, kani atong mga brothers and sisters, kani atong mga babies, no? Which constitute the 30% of our population, they are being protected by virtue of the vaccination that the green individuals have received. So the invitation here now for all of us, for us to become the green individuals and protect the entire population. Okay, para kining mga red, they can no longer spread out, because remember, the virus, kung wala na siya maambakan nga individual, mamatay ra na siya kaugalingon. Mabitaw na reason ngano sa una natay ECQ kanatay lockdown in the hope unta that we will be able to contain that. But kabalo magyud taon sa punahitabo, daghan magyud mga violators because they cannot afford and contain and see themselves being quarantined. So mo na nga nag-spread yun ang virus all over the world. So the only way to end this pandemic is what? What did I tell you? The only way to end this pandemic is through what? If you want to end this pandemic, how do we end this pandemic? What did science tell us? Through what? Can anyone type on the chat box? Through vaccination. Yes, through vaccination. Very good, through vaccination. And not only just vaccination, because what do we want to achieve in the vaccination? What is that 4-letter word? Because kung magpa-vaccinate lagi kita karon ta diri sa Davao de Oro nagpa-vaccinate ta, pero dili man wala man ta kaabot og 70%, what will happen to us? What will happen to the country? Very good, Eunice Grace, the herd immunity. We want to achieve that herd immunity, which actually constitute how many percent of the population?
75%.
Thank you, Christopher. Okay, so very good. No, I'm making this really very simple for you guys to understand. I don't want to, although some of the slides were quite busy and technical, but as much as possible, I want this to be very, very simple for you to understand, for you also to be able to spread this out into the community, hopefully. Okay. And then expressing it in another graphic forms. I hope this will help. Okay, let's focus our attention to the left side. Okay, on the left side. Now, ang nagbutang diri, if only some gets vaccinated, some lang ba kanang gamay ra ang nagpa-vaccinate. Kanila ang kisa may nagpa-vaccinate diri, kaning naka-blue po diri. So blue diri ang nag-vaccinate. If the blue, pila ra ka blue diri ang nag-vaccinate, bata kaning sa taas usa, sa ubos pag yun, pinakababa usa. So tulo lang sa ani nga grupo ang na-vaccinate. So some lang na siya. Nya ang naay virus kaning red. Now what will happen? So it will result to how many ang na-infect? Halos tanan, no? Halos tanan ang turn into red. So therefore, kung some lang atong i-vaccinate, sama sa kung yung ganyan, kung di ta kaabot og 70%, achieving that herd immunity, basig ingon ani ang mahitabo sa atua. Okay, that's clear. Now, shift to the right. You shift your attention to the right. If most get vaccinated, if we achieve 70 to 70% of the population getting vaccinated, what will happen? Okay, what will happen? So, na-vaccinate, no? Blue, daghan nag-blue. So, murag ang blue, daghan na kay nag-surround sa red, no? So, naka-create na ka og muraog kanang muraog fence or barrier. Then you only have one individual getting infected. No? So, usara ang iyang na-infectan. Now, What is that for all of us? Kung naka-infect pa sa usa nya, gamay ra kaayo, kaya ra na i-manage sa atong health system. Kaya ra na i-manage sa atong mga doctors, kaya ra na i-manage sa atong hospitals. But if we have the ones on the left, we might get overwhelmed again, and we might suffer the brunt of economic impact, social, medical, health. So kabalo na taniana, no? So let's really try to aspire for the ones on the right to be our goal and for our achievement, hopefully. Now, I'd like to share this to you. No, 40% of Filipinos, according to the survey of Father Astriaco, Nicanor, ang sa ato diri is 60 pa pinag ito ka percent ang dili magpabakuna, 65%. Kani sila is 40% of the Filipinos are hesitant, no, according to the survey. But with the intensified campaign right now by the government, even church leaders, no, are also involved, actively involved. I hope this number is very low now, no, because dili ta ka-afford kung tag 40% are hesitant, so therefore 30% na lang ang magpabakuna. Kaya na ano ba, imo na ba i-minus di atong 30% nga dili pwede bakunahan tungod kay because of their age. No? So how can you achieve 70% kung ang 40% mismo dili magpabakuna? So please help us in the health sector to convince these Filipinos not to be not to continue to be hesitant, but really look at the situation, look at the science, look at the information, and make an intelligent evaluation and rational decision. Okay? I know in many of the survey, people would say side effects. So that's why last night, I had to include this because mura bito ang na-focus sa mga tao ang side effects dayon. They forgot to see the effectiveness of the vaccine. They forgot to see the importance and the beauty of getting vaccinated for us to achieve herd immunity and for us to end the pandemic. Ginabalik-balik na nako ha para mo sink in yun ng herd immunity kanang 70%, 75% herd immunity and therefore ending the pandemic. Kung naalang kay redness or soreness around the injection site, just like mabakunahan ka og mga kanang anti-tetanus, na ginay soreness, murag manghawoy ng imong mga bukton, no? Some of you will also develop fever just like any other vaccine, even flu here. Flu you can also develop, but again when I say that, not everybody, but it's a possibility, no, that you can have fever and you know how to manage a fever. Ang uban magluya, no, ang uban magsuka-suka, mag-uban magluya mo na ginaingon now. Na headache, no, these are common symptoms not only for COVID vaccine but any forms of vaccine. Now let me tell you this, the fact that you have all these symptoms, if ever, is a sign that your immune system is working. Kay unsa may gusto na to ma-achieve di ay once we get vaccinated, that our immune system gets triggered or activated in order to let me put it in a layman's term, in order to recruit more armies, more dili in PA ha, more armies, more police officers to protect our body from invaders. So that is actually the basic concept of why we need ourselves to get vaccinated. So forget about the side effects. This may just be gone after a few days, no? Some even after 24 or 48 hours, this is already gone. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here right now is that focus on the effectiveness, focus on what these vaccines can do to us as a humanity, no, as part of humanity, rather than focusing on the side effects. And these side effects would now be strong for us as a basis of our decision making. So dapat dilingon na. We're all intelligent individuals. Okay, mao gyapon akong ginapakita diri nga even sa nasal flu vaccine o sa COVID symptoms symptoms nga nakita nila almost the same ragyod. Wala gyud siya kalainan. So I hope that clarifies all your doubts about all the symptoms and the side effects. Kay kagahapon mo to akong giingon nga even sa mga reasons And even sa katong dako nga survey nga gipakita nako all over the world, kaning ang ila dayo makita ang side effects. So let me lighten the discussion a little bit on the BIDA solution. So you know the bawal walay mask for B, isanitize ang kamot through hand washing and bringing your alcohol. Do you guys bring your own alcohol? How many bring their own alcohol? Your sanitizers, do you make that already as a habit? Can I show a show of hand here? Nagadala ba ta? Do you bring your own sanitizers? Napa ba mo? Murag nangaluya na lagi. Napa di ay. Okay. Basigsig na lang kung yaw-yaw diri haw. Ano mo na minaw? Okay, all right. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your answers. Thank you. And then di distansya og pila ka metro? 2 ka metro. Actually 1 to 2 meters. Okay. And then alamin lang ang tinuod nga informasyon. So let's not believe in mga infodemics, mga fake news, mga quacks, claims, no? Please, let's all be governed by science. The reason why we are in school, because we follow the principle of science and we believe in it. For how many years, no? Science has been our anchor in the way we do things and in the way we make our decision. All right. QR coding, I'm not gonna dwell on it, but let me, it is suffice to say that if you have the QR coding, we are able to do our contact tracing in expeditious manner, okay, or faster manner. Ang ako lang dire, let me invite you to the number 5 ways forward here. When I say set a good leadership, no, example, what I'm trying to say here now is that as people from the academe, as teachers, as principals, as admin people, I think it is our big responsibility, not only in our community, but in humanity as a whole, to really show that example, show that leadership example to our people, knowing that we are governed by science, knowing that God bestowed us with the knowledge to be able to see the truth and not falsehood. Okay, I think it behooves us to really extend ourselves into service for the community by showing that example. So the president of the US, sorry kay President-elect pa to si Biden when I made this slide, said it well, said it really well when he said that we do not lead by the example of our power, just displaying your power, no, but by the power of our example. So let's put more power, let's put more convincing power into the example that we are going to show to the community. Even among the doctors, by the way, let me tell you this, I do not want to not to be transparent to you guys, but even among doctors, napagyapoy mang ginatawag natong doubtful, skepticals, just like some of you here. But I think it is our duty and responsibility to show to them the data, to show to them the science of all this vaccination. Useless ang efforts atong gobyerno nga mamalita, it will cost billions of dollars for the country if we are not convinced, if we do not believe in our government, and if we do not believe in science. Okay, so ending the pandemic takes vaccination, and not only just vaccination, but vaccinating 70% of the population to achieve that herd immunity. Okay, so gibalik-balik na nako sa inyo karong adlaw. Now, dili ta mo kumpiyansa, no? Moingon din ta nga wala man siguro pandemic, dok, himo-himo ra man ni Bill Gates, himo-himo ra man sa mga kanang gusto mo dato, no? It's a conspiracy theory. No. Go to the hospital, stay there for like an hour without mask, without observing minimum health requirements, and I bet my house, and I bet my profession, you will get the COVID, no? Okay, follow what this guy had to remind us, or has to remind us, no? I am a 22-year-old and I tested positive for COVID. Take it from me, you do not want to catch this. Hopefully hearing about my experience will help the rest of you to stay home, no, for real. Okay? So puyo lang yun gihapon usa ta, no? So and kami sa Emergency Operating Center where I uh, do my part as the manager, we always reiterate that please stay at home for us because we stayed at work for you, no? So even our nurses, our frontliners in the hospital would always say stay at home. We stay at work for you. So please, please, please stay at home for us. Ako dahang gyapon ko makita ang mga batanon nga motor-motor, nagatapok-tapok, no? So it's very unfortunate. I do not know, nag-imbit ako sa kong galingon, how can we make these people really understand? Where are the parents telling these? Because dili man na namo makaya 24/7, no? We can only do as much because we are humans. But for you guys, I hope after hearing this lecture here today, you'll be our mouthpieces in the community. Really help. Let's really help one another. And before we finish this talk, let me just tell you about this QK variant very, very, very quickly. This is nothing but the same as the novel coronavirus, except that it is highly transmissible. No, dili siya as deadly but highly transmissible. Now, kung ang COVID sa una nga naibalaan nato, the novel coronavirus, the SARS-CoV, kani sa B117 ang tawag niya ani. Katong SARS-CoV-2, maka-infect siya og mga 3 to 5 individuals when you get close to them. Kini siya karon, we don't have the number, but I would like to presume that this would probably infect like more than 10 or if not 10 individuals. So it's very highly transmissible. So dili mayon tanga adi mi mahadok-dok kay healthy man mi, pero what if the person that is going to get this virus has vulnerability, has hypertension, diabetes, asthmatic, has cancer, no, on dialysis? Unfortunately, dako yung chance nga mamatay, no? So mo na sinana ka importante karon niya diri pa yun sa region 11, maybe God really loves us so much nga gihatangan tanyag tagduha ka COVID variant, no? Ang akong tanaw ana is just a reminder to all of us that we really take this seriously and we really follow the minimum health protocols that the government or the Department of Health has been repeatedly reminding us. Okay? So igmatan tanan ha, let's be more careful and let's be more vigilant, ladies and gentlemen. Now, on the lighter note, how many of you or you know of someone wearing this necklace that the president is wearing right now? How many of you here? Do you know of someone or your dad, your mom has this, or maybe si ma'am diya karon nagsuot ani si sir? How many? Do you know of someone? Walay na ilad. Okay, so Ma'am Agnet de Peralta, one of my professors in Ateneo de Manila, in Manila, one of my professors in my masteral in public management said that this is not real. Okay, so that doesn't work. Si Dr. Agnet Peralta is she's a nuclear physicist, a very bright woman, one of the members of the experts in trying to evaluate or vet the vaccines that would be coming to the country. So even siya palang daan, I have already my full trust in her. That's the reason why katingin ni Ma'am Tay ganiha that I am a vaccine skeptic before, but now I have given fully 100% of myself and even of my life for me to be able to contribute to our cause, that is to end this pandemic through vaccination, through getting into that 70 to 75% in order to achieve that herd immunity. Okay, so I have committed myself to that. And then black market, let me just warn everyone here na yung mga black market karon gasuroy-suroy. Ang akong barber niingon sa ko nga, dog it bakunahan na gud ni og kanang COVID vaccine. Yung kinsa man na sila. Well, these are scrupulous individuals, shrewd, vicious, nga nagdakaw-lakaw. Ana man gyud na no kung naa gani mga kalisdanan sa atong nasod na puning mga magpasamantala, no. I know many of you can relate to that, no? So please, let's not fall into the prey, no, of getting ourselves agree to them for this. I do not know kung saan na sila ang mga vaccine. I really don't know, no? Tubig na siguro na. So before I end, on a personal note, I know many of you know that this pandemic either brought in some good news or opportunities for many of us, and maybe few challenges to many, or few problems to also for a few. I hope just few of us. So maybe we've gotten closer to our God because we stay at home, or we have become also a problem of our parents kaya nagapabadlong ta. So it's really up to us now to see the beauty of all these things around us, no? Mo na lang ginaingon nga, despite the storm, despite the difficulties, nagi tayo makita ang opportunity. So let's focus on the opportunities. Let's focus on the safety of the vaccine. Let's focus on the effectiveness rather than focusing on the side effects, no? And before you go home, I would like to send this to you. You can take a screenshot of this. You can write this down because this is all the summary of what I have shared to you this morning. And I hope this would really sink in, not only to your stomach, but really sink into your consciousness and into your heart and into your mind. Okay? Number one, the only way we can end the pandemic is through vaccination. This can be achieved, number two, via herd immunity, by having ourselves, or the 70 to 75 of our population getting the vaccine. And number four, we do not trust quacks. We do not trust infodemics. We do not put our trust in fake news, but we put our trust in science. And number five, this is really more of a personal invitation that I'd like, talking from the on a spiritual level na ha, talking on a spiritual level, that I would like to invite everyone, no, unsa man imong religion, I don't mind, no, but we are all souls here. We are not just body, but we are all souls here on earth, no. So my personal invitation to everyone is, please recite this often, again and again, that I commit myself to help humanity achieve this 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? And be our mouthpiece, be our advocates, no, out there in the community. With that, thank you so much for your kind attention, and I hope I have given you something this morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bong. I think we're ready to entertain questions. You can
All right,
again
so
type your questions. Yes, go ahead, Doc.
don't be shy.
Correct. Can
So
type
if
your
if we do a survey after this, what do you think
yes.
will now happen to those who do not want to get themselves vaccinated, the 65%? I hope the 65% becomes now the yes, and the 38.4 yes earlier becomes now the no, or even lower. How I wish, no? So Sir Michael is going to do a post discussion or post talk survey later on. We'll see where do we go from there.
Yes. So,
Okay, any question,
actually,
any clarification, anything that probably bothers you, that seems to still not clear? Because if I go and leaving you with so many doubts na hinahinoon, no, after my talk, mura og mortal sin as ako, mura kung mamatay ko karong adlaw, murag maimpyerno ko ana. If you got
right,
vaccinated po ba, wala? Okay. Okay, this is a very good question from Jana. Ako na lang magbasa, Ma'am Te, if you don't mind. Okay, good
Yes,
morning
please.
po. If you got vaccinated po ba, wala nang chance na mahawaan ka ng virus. Okay, very good question. Actually, the question is more of the two things. No, two things ang question. One is kanang how soon will you see yourself getting protected, no? Is it after the first dose? Kay kasagaran mo sa vaccine 2 doses yan, no? Nabakuna naman siguro mong anti-rabies, no? Pila ka inyong giturok sa inyo sa anti-rabies? Anyone? Kung nakabalo ta, usually 4 doses, no? 3 to 4 doses. Now, kini siya 2 doses lang siya. Now, dili pa ta protected after the first dose, dili pa punta protected right after the second dose, but usually 3 to 4 weeks after the second dose. Protektado na ta. Uban mo yung silang 2 weeks, but I think it's safe to say mga 3 to 4 weeks, no? Now, having said that, I would say pero at least ikaw part na ka sa kanang ginatawag sa herd immunity nato. Now, number two, principle based on the question, no? Kanang ginatawag nato nga immunogenicity. Ay na sa memorize ang pasabot ang anak sa Bisaya, hantod kanus a maglast ang imong protection. No, hantod kanus siya maglast. Usually sa base sa pag-study karon, kasagaran usually mga 6 months ka protected. 6 months ka protected. So that is good enough kay eventually mawa naman pud ang virus by that time nga moabot ka sa 6 months kay naka-create naman ta og herd immunity, naka-create naman ta og fence, naka-create naman ta og kanang defenses nato as a community. So therefore, sa akong giingon ganiha nga ang virus after nga wala na siya maambakan, mamatay ra pug yun ni siya. No? I hope I have answered your question. Unsa ni siya si Jana? So I hope I have given you guys. Now, kang Christopher, sir, you said earlier that COVID-19 kay dili makuha through air. So why that in the hospital kay ginasugod og spray, sunod og spray ang mga pasyente? Grabe na po, mura og ano. Because asa sila nagikan kanang ilahang kanang places that they have touched, no, kato mga surfaces. So mo na nga you have to disinfect those places, pero dili sila experience sa ilong siguro, no, or sa ilang mga baba, no, kadtong ang mga surfaces na the only way we can do our disinfection is through spraying, but it's not the air, ha. Students, please answer okay. So what are some of the questions pa here? So mo ba lang tong questions ako nabasa? Are there any more questions? Christopher, I hope I have answered your question. What else?
Meron pa po. Okay.
Sige, Ma'am Pe. Ikaw na lang, Ma'am Pe, para to spare my one.
Ganina rin siya. Okay. Good morning. Wala po bang complication ang vaccine for those with illness na like high blood and others? Sakit na meron po.
Okay, sige. Who asked that question? Okay. Thank you for asking that question. Okay. We have to remember nga wala na nako na mention ganyan, but let it be known to everyone that natay ginatawag nga screening process, no? While we wanted to get into that 70% ng sa population, we still have to screen individuals, no? Kay naman tay ginaingon nga mga nagi posible diha nga dili sila eligible because of their medical condition. So do not worry. Well, as far as hypertension is concerned, dili siya immediate exclusion criteria nga ginatawag nato nga just because na ko'y high blood, dili na ako mapabakuna. Ang ato lamang kung ginatanaw ani diri nga unta kanang mga tawo or mga kaila nato nga moingon karon dayon, like again sa survey nga magpabakuna ba ka? Dili. 65% na dayon inko nga kana bang gihuna-huna ba nila eksakto or this is a product of the influences that they've gotten from the community. So I hope everyone will subject themselves into the screening process, and if you are qualified to get the vaccine, please do so. Okay, please do so. Di man po ta mamugos kung nagyud sa medical conditions that would merely make that person ineligible, dili gyud nato na siya bakunahan. Okay, dili gyud nato na siya bakunahan. Basta ang ato amang good is we need to come up with the number 70 to 75%. Once we get that, pretty much we will be ending the pandemic because we have created a herd immunity.
All right, there's another one. Good morning, sir, from Elmar. Ang mga affected, okay, sorry. How long does the protection from a COVID vaccine last po?
Akong gingon ganiha, katong the concept of immunogenicity, you don't get protected after the first dose, not right away after the second dose, but usually mga 3 to 4 weeks after you've gotten your last dose. Diyan na magsugod ang imong protection. So, unsay pasabot ni ana nga pag after sa second dose nimo magparty-party na ba ka? Di na ba ka mag-wear mask? Dili na ba ka mag social distancing? Okay? Kay mo biya na yung mga kuan na ay naka-second dose na ko, tuwa ni ambak na, no? Kita biya sa Pilipinas mag-election ba yata? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, natin election may tabo. So, hopefully by then, fingers crossed by then, nakananatay herd immunity, meaning na-achieve na nato ang 70 to 75% of the population getting the vaccine, getting the COVID vaccine. So mo na yung mga practical applications nga akong gina-cite sa consciousness ba sa atong una-una. Dili lang siya just murag theory or something abstract.
All right, from Elmar. Okay. Good morning, sir. Wait. Diba? Daghan na kayo nagpusot-pusot na, no?
Ang mga affected po ba dili na magpabakuna? Okay. Ang ating ang pasabot ni Elmar diri kadto bitawng na COVID na, no, the disease. Actually, okay, Elmar, murag bright din siguro si Elmar, no? I like his question. So, congratulations. Okay. Is Elmar a student or a teacher? Teacher na po siguro ni. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Student po.
Okay, ha?
Student po, sir.
Student. Okay, Elmar. Okay. Kaning mga, actually there are two types of achieving immunity, no? The natural, meaning to say kanang nakakuha na ka sa virus, so it's already inside your body. And the kaning through vaccination. It will be introduced to you through vaccination. Typically or practically kaning mga nabakunahan na COVID na, they have already the protection, pero kato kung giingon ganiha, how long will their protection be? Wala ta kabalo. Is it 6 months? Kay wala pa man ginato na sabdan na kuan ni ang atong, we have a very few knowledge pa man on how long is the immunogenicity katong giingon ganiha nga unsa kadugay kayon maglast ang kanang ang imuhang protection. Now, it is safe, rule of thumb, it is safe to get yourself vaccinated unless hanay mga bagong guidelines o bagong mga new developments it is safe to get yourself vaccinated. Kay kung gusto gyud nimo may balaan, kinahanglan pa man ka i-test karon, tan-awon man ang imuhang antibody, kuha kag dugo, bisan pag natakbuyan ka og COVID, i-test man pug ka kung enough ba ang imong protection. So, rule of thumb, pabakuna na lang para you will also contribute to the herd immunity. But again, let me qualify unless there are changes. And that can be asked even during the vaccination process itself. But I think the rule of thumb here, it is still safe and more rational or reasonable to get yourself vaccinated, even if you already had the infection in the past. Very good question. Next.
From Divine. Okay. Good morning, sir. What if og magpabaksin ka, dili kaya sa imong dugo?
Unsa din imong dugo di ay ngani man kakaya. Okay. I'm not going to ask the one who asked this question, but ang pasabot siguro niya diri no kana bang basta nagyapon mga problema, ibutang na nato like there's a pre-existing medical conditions. Mo undergo gyapong screening, no, depende sa let's say for example, inay na lang, no? Example na lang dahil ta, kanang severe anemia o kanang anemic, no? Or severe na leukemia, no? Cancer of the blood, man na sila kanang ilang immune system mubo kaayo. So probably dili sila eligible for the vaccination. So mo sina ang gingon niya nga dili kaya sa imong dugo, no? Pero like I said earlier, high blood, it's not an immediate contraindication or exclusion criteria for you not to get yourself screened and vaccinated.
And let's have, I think, last two questions from Edsel. Balabag, sir, how to convince our parents or families to be vaccinated? To the dingbaksya, wala pa jud na tagaan og linaw, dili ni sila musugot ko.
Okay. Inani akong isulti. Mao ni ang mga pipila ka individuals nga na-stuck sila in the past. They got stuck in the past of the dengbaksya. Wala sila naka-move on ba kung sa love story pa na or sa relationship pa na sila. Ngunis lang wala naka-move on. Let me tell you this, okay? The dengbaksya controversy, it seems nga mo yung tag wala nalinawan, no, pero it has been established. Why am I saying this to you? Because part of what I've been learning in my masteral program now we discuss about dengbaksya controversy in general. So dili gyud siya nimo ma-relate, no, kadtubang the death of those individuals equals because of the dengbaksya. So my invitation you today is forget about that dengbaksya controversy. Put it in the past. Kumain mo lang nga, ilubong na siya, no? Because that is a different situation. I cannot blame parents, but again, akong giingon, they are actually buried, they are actually stuck in the past. Now, convince your parents that when they submit themselves for vaccination, they are contributing to that herd immunity, to that 70%, because they will now protect the children 16 years and below nga dili pa gyud pwede natong bakunahan. So kanala kong giingon, no? If they think they can pass through the screening and they are healthy, I do not see any reason why they're going to die. I do not see any reason why they're going to have a serious adverse event, unless na lang yun na sila yung mga kanang ginatawag natong kanang pag-abuso sa ilang lawas, and they know that, no? But if you are healthy individuals, your immune system is okay, I don't see any reason why you cannot tolerate the vaccine and why you cannot get yourself immunized and contribute to that herd immunity and end this pandemic. So ingna na lang si mami o si daddy day o dong nga nay katong dengbaksya is a different situation. It was not related, the deaths of those individuals were not related to that dengbaksya.
All right, he'll have Miraflor Plantina after sa vaccine, Doc. Possible na agad ang face-to-face classes. And I'll just read ahead his next question. Kapag 0 to 1 year old baby, magpa-vaccine din. Let's have the first question. Nakuha mo po yun, Doc, no?
Oh, yeah.
Yung vaccine, possible na ba agad?
Sama sa akong iyong ganiya, sa atong ginasyon ganiha nga, dili pa dayon ta maka face-to-face. I-make sure pa pod nato nga naka-achieve na tag herd immunity. Now, unsa may measurable nato ani, measurable outcome ani nga na-achieve na nato ang herd immunity. Ang atong kaso nagakagamay na gyud, nakagamay hantod mahimong zero na. Okay? So naanay napo na mga criteria ana for us to say nga indeed naka-herd immunity na ta. We cannot go back prematurely. Kay ngano, kato akong itong slides bitaw akong ipakita nga daghag pula, daghag blue, no? Kato bitong tao nga gi-vaccinate sila niya katong some lang or katong most lang, katong buta to 70%. So tan-awon na nato after ana kung tinuod ba gyud nga naka herd immunity ta, naka 70% nita by looking at our data, our scientific data, kung ni kunhod na ba gyud or almost zero na ba gyud. Kay kung wala pa, that means wala pa nato na-achieve atong herd immunity. Okay? So magpabakuna gyud ta. Ingna gyud si papa og si mama nga dili sila mo ingon nga asa di na lang kuday kay 70 to 70 to 75% ramanda ay diri lang ko sa 30%. Practically kita nga mga adults above 16 years old bakunahan yun ta kay ang 30% sama sa akong ingon ganiha kadto naman to dayon ang mga automatic kadto naman dayon to mga 16 years old and below. So dili gyud ta ka-afford karon nga mo magpaana-ana ta magpabaling-paling ta nga dili ta magbabakuna because we need to get that 70 to 75%. Nya ang katong question gani nga atong sa bata sama sa akong giingon dili pa gyud na sila bakunahan lahi man ang mga bakuna sa bata no measles mga ana well, regarding the COVID vaccine dili sila eligible kay wala may study nga gikandak sa ila. Remember that phase 1 phase 2 phase 3 nga akong giingon kato akong gitrabahoan nga clinical trials research wala may gimugna o gihimo ato para niini nga age group. Okay, I hope I answered you your question.
All right. Okay. As much as we would like to accommodate all the questions, I'm afraid we are out of time. But still, yung mga questions niyo, we will be asking Sir Pedro here to consolidate the questions, and we will get back to you. Sir, actually, naatay, before we give the next speaker, sir, any last before we let you go?
Okay,
Last
so
message na lang before we let you go.
okay, very quick lang. Unang-una magpasalamat jud ko. Unang-una, I mean, my gratitude is overflowing for Ma'am Fe and Sir Michael. Kani in the past si Sir Michael mo lagi na ma-snap na ako si Sir Michael ba. Sorry kay Sir Michael ha. Pero I really saw the importance and the beauty of you guys telling me to do this one for our students no because nakita na ko the potential of these students and teachers now as our microphone and our they can augment and as our mouthpieces in the community after hearing my talk today no so I hope that to really translate into something that is positive dili COVID positive ha into something positive by allowing people to understand better what we have discussed today no ako gibinisaya na gyud ako nagmaayo gi-translate na gyud ako nagkaayo sa kanang layman's term layman nice na gyud akong gibuhat ana in order na nakita po ninyo kung how kung mga facial expression I'm not this person kung dili ko gusto mo kana bitaw mo push yun sa akong point or akong agenda but because I see the importance of this because we need to end this pandemic we need to achieve herd immunity by having that 70 to 75% of our population and I hope ni-sink in sa inyo hang mga alimpatakan karon nga today, I'd like to commit myself to contribute to not only into my community but into the humanity as a whole. Wala na ilabot ang taga-Mars. Sa mga earthlings lang, the persons here on Earth. So, with that, again, Ma'am Pe, Sir Mike, thank you kaayo sa invitation. I really appreciate this one. Thank you, thank you.
And that being said, daghang salamat Dr. Bong. It's also our honor. And I think you'd be happy to know, so far ang atong survey, we have a yes vote for bakuna, 42%, and one saying no is 11%. But still, it is fill in pa sila sa form. But that's already a good number.
Yeah, I'm
Alright,
excited I'm excited to know what's going to be the result of that survey. Sir Mike, let me know. Thank you.
We will see you tomorrow, Doc Bong. Daghan kaayong salamat.
Isa pa yan. Ingat. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. And of course, I'm sure na daghan pag nakatunan karon no. And of course, we are also happy to have with us our next speaker. Actually, he's holding another key position. No? Very busy po ni siya. But of course, sa among hangyo, he was able to spare his time to share with you very important, equally important ni siya nga dapat pud usab mo makaibalo kita as students even as teachers. So I won't take long for his time. Let's talk on our continued peace advocacy, no? Dili lang sa probinsya, but of course, we will tackle one of the most controversial usab nga mga topics, no? For example, of course, we've heard it again, no? Not just the COVID. You've heard about the atong youth and students being exploited. Na atay we've heard about infiltration sa ato ang lahan. no, daghan kay tag mga issues nga dapat natong masayran. We will learn the truth, we'll know further details on this through our Assistant or Regional Director of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. Let us welcome, of course, our ARD again, Sir Neil Romitman. Sir, good morning.
Mayong buntag sa tanan, no? Dako kay pasalamat sa pag-imbita ninyo sa amua sa kaning panagtigom karon para ipadangat ang amuang kahibalo mahitungod sa isa pa ka virus nga naa sa to ang sosyedad, naa sa to ang komunidad karong mga panahon na. Siguro ang pinakasikat nga virus karong tuiga sugod tuig 2020 is ang COVID. Pero napay isa ka virus nga mas kusog. Kay kani nga virus, kani nga pandemic 52 anyos na nga nagdagan sa tuang nasod Pilipinas. Ug pipila na, ubay-ubay na pod ka mga kabatan-unan, pamilya ang naguba namatay tungod ani nga virus. Kung siguro nangutanan mo kung unsa ni nga virus, ang virus sa komunistang pagtuo o komunistang pakigbisog nga gipanguluhan sa Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, and the National Democratic Front. So dili man nato mahikaw, di po nato malimod nga kasulod sa pipila ka tuig ang probinsya sa Davao de Oro isa sa pinakadako nga biktima sa armadong pakigbisog sa ato ang mga kaigsuunang naligaw ng landas nga nisunod sa pagtuo sa armadong pakigbisog nga ipangaluhan sa CPP-NPA. So siguro kamo matag usa kaninyo na mga nagkadaiyang eksperyensya kung unsa ang armadong pakigbisog. Siguro nakakita na mo nga naay inito sa lugar. Siguro na may kaila nga nisampa sa NPA. Siguro na may mga kaparyentehan nga nisampa sa NPA o siguro nakakita na mo sa mga dagko o mga dagkong tigom, mga gubot nga tigom sa CPP-NPA labi na sa area dira sa Montevista, Compostela. Siguro bata pa mo ato mga panahon mo nga nagrally sila dira nga ilang gisarado ang kalsada. Nagdala sila lungon gibutang sa crossing dira sa Montevista. Kung nakahinumdum siguro mga bata pa kayo mo itong panahon na. Pero sigurado ko nga naamoy mga kaila na ingon ana ang eksperyensya nila. Naana tay mga nagkadaiyang eksperyensya kung asa ug unsa ang tinuod nga nawong sa CPP-NPA. So from the onset bago ta magsugod, isulti na nako kung unsa ba ang patuyuan ug unsa ba ang pinaka sentro nga idea nga ako ang iambit kaning tawa. Unsa ba ang ako ang presentasyon? Unsa ba na siya tanan? Ang kanilang akong isugod sa sugod pa lang from the onset, I would like to give you the core idea of my presentation, and that is the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army, and the National Democratic Front, or the CPP-NPA-NDF, according to their constitution, the constitution of the CPP, it states therein, nakasulat dito, the objective of the CPP-NPA-NDF is to seize political power through armed and violent revolution. Dili na mo na siya hinimo-himo, no? Muna siya nakasulat sa constitution sa CPP, NPA, NDF. So dili nato balahi dili nato na siya buhat-buhat lang Patong 2016 nagtigom para maghimo sa konstitusyon nila. So muna siya pinaka-objektiba jud. Gubaon ang gobyerno, ilugon ang gahong politikal sa pamaagi nga violente ug armado. Nganong violente ug armado man? Kay ang gusto sa CPP-NPA is bungkagon ang nagkadaiyang social classes nga tawag nila nga social classes. Pasabot, gusto nila pamatyon ang tanan nga dato. Gusto niya pamatyon ang tanan nga intellectual. When I say intellectual, that is the students and the teachers. Because the intelligentsia or the intelligent community is those that delves in the academy. So, isa na sa mga mapatay nila, unsa pa ang ilang mga tanggalon o wadon? Ang religious sector. Why religious sector? Ngano gusto na pamatian ang mga pari, mga pastor, mga nagkadaiyang mga relihiyoso? Ngano man? Because the communist ideology is a godless ideology. Bot pasabot sila, wala sila nagatuo sa Ginoo, sa soul or sa kalag. Kaya ngano man? Because the communist ideology is adopting the belief of dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is a philosophy that states, ang filosofiya nga ang the only reality that we have is the material reality. But pasabot ang realidad nga material nga makita ra sa kamot, masimutan, matilawan, magunitan, mo lang na siya ang matuod nga realidad. But ang realidad nga dili na to makita susama sa soul or sa kalag or sa Ginoo, dili na siya naga-exist. Muna siya ang pagtudun-an sa komunistang pagtuo. Tumoto no? Moto siya ang katibuk-an sa ato ang pagtudun-an nga tun-an karong adlaw. Actually dako kayo ko og relasyon sa Compostela Valley State College. Kinsa ba yung mga teachers diri sa sa Montevista campus ba ni? Namatay mga teachers and staff nga appeal diri sa ato ang panagtigom karong adlaw. Naa ba? Ako lang i-share when Compostela State College was conceptualized by then Congressman Zamora. I think it was back in 2000 if I'm not wrong, it was in 2011 or 12 or around that time. Ang inyong dating campus is mga BSU, di ba? Bukidnon State College. During the transition, katong giplano pa lang ni siya, ang LFS, ang anak bayan, nagplano og dakong mobilization para kontrahon ang pagtukod sa Compostela State College. Nga naman, kay gusto nila mag-recruit ang mga estudyante sa BSU. Gusto sila magtukod og nagkadiyang chapter sa mga militanteng estudyanteng organisasyon sulod sa BSU. Ug isa sa mga nakita nila nga issue, isang issue sa pagbag-o sa BSU into Compostela State College. Ngano man, nganong nakita mo to lang nga issue? Kay kadto nga issue, ato ang gidala nila, ang ilang pagpasabot sa mga kabatan-una nato is that the BSU is already established name, whereas ang Compostela State College wala pa sila naka-establish. So unsaon na lang ang ato ang mga graduate anabot pasabot graduate ka sa eskwelahan nga wala ilhan, dili mo mangair, dili mo makatrabaho. Muna ang ilahang propaganda nga gipalagana time. So the security cluster exerted effort to neutralize that threat, to convince the students that there is no big change that can and will affect their future when they will be part of the labor force. So nawala itong mga problema and nagkaroon, nabuo ang Compostela State College. So wala lang mo kawalo, dako kay tag relasyon sa ang amuang organisasyon o ang inyuhang eskwelahan. Kay isa mi sa mga we are one of those people who paved the way for the smooth transition from BSU into Compostela State College. So isa na sa ato ang mga kamatuoran. Can I be allowed to share my screen para sa ako ang presentasyon? Entrada pa lang taas kayo. Pensya na, medyo duol magud sa ko ang dughan ng ang Compostela State College gud kay isa ni sa ko ang mga baby, kumbaga part ko sa iyahang wala lang ning nabalan pero part me sa mga rason nganong nabuo ni siya nga eskwelahan kay para sa ato ang mga kabatan-unan nga dili na moadto sa lagyo nga lugar para mo eskwela para maabot ang ilahang gusto nga edukasyon. And kadugay pud nga panahon grapo ko na sa Davao de Oro. Sobra isa ka dekada sa kong kinabuhi ug sa ako ang career isip isa ka intelligence officer I spent in Davao de Oro, and so Davao de Oro has a special place in my heart because in there I've learned a lot of things. So, what is my presentation today? My presentation today would be orientation on the youth and student recruitment of the CPP, NPA, NDF. Kapipila ka tuig ang CPP-NPA-NDF gusto jud nila mag-recruit og mga kabatanunan. And by the way, kung naay mga pangutana ang atong mga estudyante, ang ato ang mga maestra, please feel free to ask. Mas ganahan ko nga natay interaction, mas maayo kung naamoy mga pangutana, naamoy mga clarification, o kung naamoy mga violent reaction. Kaya asa ba asa ba nato ma-resolve ang atong differences, atong kalahian kung dili sa panag-istorya, panagpagkambyo og ideya o panagtigi sa intellectual na arena. Please feel free to ask, and I will try my best to accommodate your question and answer it to the best of my ability. So, presentation today would be focused on the recruitment of youth and students by the CPP-NPA or the campus infiltration. So let's go to the primordial question that we have to ask. Why does the CPP-NPA-NDF target the youth and students? Nganong gusto sila og mga kabataan? Look at this picture. They want that this picture answers this particular question. Ano nakalagay sa picture na yan? Kabataan tumungo sa kanayunan at sumapi sa NPA. Because the CPP-NPA-NDF wanted the youth and the students to join them, to become part of their organization. Because the youth and the students are the lifeblood of the CPP-NPA. So, paano ba nagsisimula ang recruitment ng CPP-NPA-NDF sa campus, sa loob ng eskwelahan? It started with student activism. Don't get me wrong, student activism is not a crime. Being an activist is not a crime. However, the crime begins when these activists take up arms. Ibig sabihin, when these activists that proposes the National Democratic Revolution take up arms, mubit-bit og pusil ag mulaban sa gobyerno, that is the crime. If you spend your days rallying on the streets, airing your legitimate demands, that is and will never be a crime against government. However, the moment that you pick up arms, the moment that you teach violence, that will become a crime. Because airing your demands is a right ensured by the Constitution, but fighting through the use of force and arms is a crime and is punishable by law. So let's talk about the man of the hour, or kinsa ba yun ang bida sa CPP-NPA-NDF. Si Juma Sison, ang ilang leader, si Jose Maria Sison. He was just an AB English student at UP back in 1956 when he became aware of the communist ideology. He was influenced by his professors and read books on Philippine Revolution. So nagsugod siya, isip usa ka estudyante, nga curious lang siya. Gusto lang niya mabalaan kung unsa ba ang mga libro nga naga-discuss on revolution, on liberalism, which is predominant during that time. On 1958, 19 anyo siya, he became a devout Marxist or nagtuo siya sa filosofiya sa komunista. Si Karl Marx is the philosopher behind the communist ideology, and his philosophy is identified as Marxism. And Jose Maria Sison was only 19 years old when he became a devoted Marxist. Estudyante na siya, He had access to Marxist books at UP main library, and he borrowed books from other private collections sa kanyang mga friends and teachers. And on 1959, he established the Scout, and he was just 20 years old. Scout is the predecessor of Kabataang Makabayan, the underground organization behind all the militant youth organization by the CPP-NPA. In 1962, he joined the Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas. He was just 23 years old. Bata lang gihapon tayo, In 1964, he established Kabataang Makabayan or KM. Muna siya ang naasaluyo sa tanan nga mga kabatanunan nga gina-recruit sa CPP-NPA. He was just 25 years old. In 1968, he broke away from the Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas, the old communist party in the Philippines, and re-established. Naghimo siya bago. Ang gihimo niya ang current karon nga komunistang partido, the Communist Party of the Philippines, and he was just 29 years old during that time. Bata pa kayo po, no? He formed the NPA with Bernabe Boscaino of the Hukbalahap when he was 30 years old, and that is of the year 1969. He formed the NDF on 1973, and he was just 34 years old. So the career of Jose Maria Sison started during the time when he was a young student in UP. That is why students and the youth are very crucial in the communist ideology. Okay? So, paano ba nagre-recruit ang kabataang makabayan? Ano ba, unsa ba ang ilang ginapangita? What are the qualifications for the student recruits of kabataang makabayan or the CPP, NPA, NDF? Unsa ilang ginapangita? Ang ginapangita nila ang mga student leaders. Kinsa ba ng mga student leaders? Sila tong mga tao, mga estudyante, sulod sa campus nga nagadala og mga organisasyon. Unsa bay naa sa student leaders? Nganong attractive kay sila sa mga CPP, NPA, NDF recruiters? It is because they have command over the organizations. Na sila'y mga tao. Na silang leader sa isa ka organization. Ikaduha, na sila'y charisma. Na sila'y leadership skills. Na kabalo sila mo istorya. They are articulate. Basically, they are people inside the campus, they are students that other students look up to. They have the moral ascendancy to discuss. Muna silang attractive kayo sa CPP, NPA, ang mga student leaders. They will and have always been drawn, the CPP, NPA are drawn towards the student leaders inside school campuses. Kinsa pa ang ilang mga ginapangita? Student writers. Why? Because student writers are students that can and might be used in the propaganda campaign of the CPP, NPA, NDF. Because the main strength of the CPP, NPA, NDF is never the force of arms, but rather their strength, ang kakusog sa CPP, NPA na sa ilang paghimo propaganda. Tungod sa inani nga, pamaagi, ginapangita nila, ang mga writers sa schools, kanang na-membro sa mga school newspapers, and they want to recruit them. They have tried to recruit them and have successfully done so for so many years. And these recruits became part of the propaganda machinery of the CPP, NPA. Model students. Kinsa na mga model students? Katong mga bright. Those who have academic marks of 2 or higher for the purposes of fielding them as student council candidates. Wanted to recruit model students because they want that these students, after they have been indoctrinated, paghuman nila nga matunan sa komunistang pagtuo, imuto nila silang mga student council candidates. Ipadaga nila sa student council, sa student body para mahimong lideres. So, you know, if you look at it, no, ang ilang ginapangita is katong mga maayo nga estudyante. So, let's look into kung unsay nahitabo katong 1960s and early 1970s. Before the martial law, wala pa si Marcos ani. Student activists were convinced that communism is the solution of the problems of our nation. Unsay ilang gibuhat, they conducted mass actions, rallies, gigubot nila ang atuang nasod. Wala pa'y martial law ani ha. Dili pa nila mabasol ang martial law tungod ani. The first quarter storm nga ginaingon nila, nahitabo na siya before and during the implementation of martial law. Ay gipugos nila ang kamot o ang buot ni President Ferdinand Marcos para mag-declare og martial law to fulfill the prophecy. They want to fulfill the prophecy of communism being the primary solution to the problems of our country. So after 50 years, mo ni siya ang nahitabo. Muna ni ang mga bagong recruit sa CPP, NPA, NDF sa sulod sa campus. They are still shouting the same sentiments. And that sentiment is, kabataan, isulong ang digmaang bayan, sumapi sa New People's Army. And the scout have become the Kabataang Makabayan. So why the youth and the students? The youth and the students, as I have said before, is the lifeblood of the CPP, NPA, NDF. Si Jose Maria Sison mismo ang nag-ingon nga sa iyang libro nagisulat ang MKLRP or Mubong Kurso sa Lipunan, maikling kurso sa lipunan at revolusyonaryong Pilipino. It is the Bible. Muna siya ang Biblia sa CPP, NPA. Unsay nakasulat dito? Gisulat ni Jose Maria Sison. Therein, stated therein, written therein, in MKLRP by Jose Maria Sison, is the statement that the majority of the party cadres, ibig sabihin, mga political officers sa CPP, and the regular NPA fighters, or katong mga NPA nga membro, are, as a matter of course, from the youth. But pasabot gusto nila mga kabatanunan. The mobilization of the youth ensures the continuous flow of successors in the revolutionary movement. Balikon ako ha. The majority of the party cadres and regular NPA fighters are a matter of course from the youth. The mobilization of the youth ensures the continuous flow of successors in the revolutionary movement. But pasabot, giingon yung si Maria Sison nga ang mga kadre, mga politikal o kadre militar sa CPP o sa NPA magikan sa kabatanunan. Nganong sa kabatanunan man? Kay ang kabatanunan ang mga sumusunod nga maghatag og kasiguruhan nga ang armadong pakigbisog sa CPP NPA magpadayon sa umaabot nga panahon. Ginagamit sa CPP NPA ang atong mga kabatanunan para ipadayon ang ilahang armadong pakigbisog. So you can see the exploitation here, no? The deliberate exploitation by the CPP NPA towards our youth and students, yung ginakuha nila ang mga kabatanunan para mahimong armadong membro. Kung nakita niyo ni nga bata na ni, he is a member of CPP and he is like 14, 16 years old during this time. And he was recruited at even younger age. Siguro na mo yung mga kailan dira no nga mga tudog bugas, mga tudog kwarta. Suguon nga tanawa din kung niagi nga army. I-text dayon mi pag naimo agi nga army. That is exploitation at the very core of that particular taskings given. Even if they are non-combatants, they are being used and exploited by the NPA as part of their military machinery. So ang tinuod nga naga-militarize, ang tinuod nga nagakanta og militarisasyon sa kabukiran dili ang military, kundi ang NPA. Nga naman, kaya ang NPA ginagamit ang atong mga kabatanunan, ang atong mga kababayenan, ang atong mga mag-uuma para mahimong extension sa ilang military machine, para mahimong extension sa ilang military ideology. So the only organization that militarizes o nagamilitarisasyon sa atoang kabukiran ang NPA, kay pati ang mga sibilyan ilang ginadamay sa ilang armadong pakigbisog. That is and will always be an act of exploitation, not just for the parents, but also for, most especially so, for the youth. They are the source of ideologues and political cadres, as stated earlier, and they are considered as a long-term investment for NPA and NDF. Kaya ang mga kabatanunan, kagaya na sinabi ni Rizal, is ang pag-asa ng bayan. Sila yung susunod at sumusunod sa mga matatandang kadre. They are the necessary and the basic force of Philippine Revolution because the leaders, the future leaders of the CPP NPA will always come from the youth. That is why they wanted to organize the youth. Without the youth, the CPP will diminish. Ibig sabihin, ang mga kadre nila, ang ilahang mga leaderes, mga leader nila, matigulang man na, mga matay man na, kung malay mo suluday, mga kabatanunan o mga estudyante, tanan ang CPP NPA mamatay sa what? They will die its natural death. Without the youth and the students entering their ranks, the CPP NPA NDF will die its natural death. And no one will succeed the leaders and continue the struggle without the youth. That is why the youth is a very attractive or sector of society that the CPP NPA is targeting for recruitment. What do they want? Ano bang unsay mahitabo sa mga kabataan nato nga ma-recruit nila, no? Inani ang mahitabo sa ila. Allow me to share a video, ano? This video is a part of my presentation and herein stated.
May upod pa ko no, sir! Dito kita magtadya, kaya dala kong siraga mo! Dito! Dire! Dito! Dito! Tara! Diyos ko! Nonyaran mo? Aljon, apelyido. Kardis tagading ka. Tagading. Ayaw, kay ginhapo to.
Nahitabo na siya last November 30, 2009. Siya si Aljon Tumayong Cardines. 18 anyos, he was arrested on March in Northern Samar after being abandoned by the NPA. Kinsa man na siya, he is a student. Gusto na siya ka-estudyante. Kuha na siya, si 18 years old criminology student, gikan sa University of Eastern Philippines sa Samar. Ni sulod siya sa organisasyon sa iyang eskwelahan, nag-immersion sa bukid, gipa-appeal sa organisasyon niya sa eskwelahan sa NPA o gisa uban sa pag-atake sa Victoria Municipal Police Station sa Northern Samar on 28 March 2019 and he was captured. Naigo na siya, nasamdan niya, gibiyaan siyang mga kaubanan. Estudyante na siya. Kinsa pa ba ang uban nga mga nadakpan nga mga gikan sa estudyante, ano? Si Nadeline Favon, PUP student. She became an NPA political officer ug nadakpan siya last July in Occidental Mindoro with another NPA. Nakasuhan siya og illegal possession of firearms and explosives. Estudyante po na siya. Na preso. Si Josephine Ann Lapira, gusto niyang mahimong doktor. Taga UP Manila. Namatay siya sa Nasugbu, Batangas. After niya ma-recruit, unsa na siya nga logo? Logo na siya sa Gabriela Youth. Na-recruit siya sa Gabriela Youth, natingala na lang ta, nga nagka-enkwentro ang military o NPA sa Nasugbu, Batangas, isa siya sa mga nangamatay. So, parang niya mahitabo is mahimong doktor. Kani si Giancarlo Capistrano Alberto. Sa siya ka, veterinary medicine student sa UPLB. Na-recruit siya sa organisasyon sa CPP-NPA sa Kabatanunan. Tinitabo sa iya, namatay sa enkwentro. Kaluoy siyang itsura. O kani medyo duol-duol ni sa tuang, kasing-kasing, ano? Duol sa tuan ni. Si Cindy Tirado, usa ka HRM graduate sa Assumption College of Davao. Ni-appeal sa militanteng organisasyon sa NPA, sa CPP, NPA, NDF. Nakita na lang to siya balik, namatay siya sa usa ka enkwentro sa NPA ug military sa Tagum, Davao del Norte. On April 15, 2019. So sayang kay no ang ilang mga kaugmao, no? Ug kani kung pamilyar mo ani si Larry Buenafe, na maligya lang ni siya og isda para sa iyang pamilya. Ambush, landmine sa CPP NPA. Namatay siya diri sa Davao City. After nila atakihon ang Lapanday, nagbutang sila landmine sa kilid sa kalsada, gipabuto nila, patay ang namaligya lang intawon og isda. Muna siya ang nahitabo. Kani 4 bulan, 4 ka bulan nga bata namatay. Si Matsurao Malisa Ali namatay habang giatake sa NPA ang iyahang sakyanan. 4 months old na baby. Si Armando Rimonde, 10 years old, bata. Patay nga gipabutan og landmine sa NPA ang Northern Summer last Holy Week. So, kato siya, no? Kato siya pipila lamang sa mga biktima sa CPP-NPA sa ilahang 50 anyos nga terorismo nga gibuhat sa tuang nasod. The CPP-NPA-NDF have terrorized our country for the past 52 years by brainwashing the youth and the students. Sometimes, most oftentimes, these student recruits are unaware that they are being recruited because they are slowly being brainwashed. Hinahinay sila gi-brainwash sa mga pagtulunan. Paano sila gina-brainwash? First, unsa ang ginatudlo sila ha? Ginatudlo sila is critical thinking. Don't get me wrong. I believe and I am in full support of critical thinking because after all, I am a student of philosophy. And I admire and propose that critical thinking should be employed in every manner, in every way, and in all facets of life. But why do what do I not propose? What do I am critical of? Usahay manggod or kasagaran ang ginatudlo sa CPP-NPA NDF sa ilahang mga recruit is critical thinking, but they have become blind to the other things of the world. It is a very, very sad paradox. It is a very sad paradox that these students are being taught of critical thinking, but they have become so blind that they forget to see the good things in governance, the good things of society, and they will and always will remain critical, only critical to the government, and they see themselves as the only right. Sila lang ang tama permente. Ang tanang buhaton sa gobyerno, mali. That is the sad paradox of the CPP-NPA NDF brainwashing of our youth and students. They become critical yet they have become blind. Ang ginasunod lang nila ang pagtuo sa CPP-NPA, dili na ang atuang pagtulunan. Ang first kasi they just want to help. These students are just expressing the desire to help. And the CPP-NPA NDF exploited that fact because admittedly the issues raised by the CPP, ang mga issue na ginagamit sa CPP-NPA NDF are legitimate social issues, but they have politicized these issues. They have weaponized these issues and used it for their own political end. They want to use it for their own political means. So ang start sa recruitment is a CPP-NPA recruiters approach their target recruits through study groups. Ibig sabihin, anad man ta sa visit sa estudyante, natay mga study group, natay mga group study. So ang ginabuhat sa mga recruiters sa CPP-NPA, amiguhon mo. Mo-appeal sa inyong study group. Kung sa ilang tuyo dito, ay gusto nila ila-ilahon mo. Gusto nila makita kung ang kamo ba is pwede ba nga mahimong kauban sa CPP-NPA? Pwede ba mahimong recruit sa CPP-NPA? Mura gihapon ni siyang pyramiding scheme, no? Kanang mga scam dira nga unsa bay ilang kuan, ilahang ginastorya. Open-minded ka ba? Murag similar ang ilahang ginagamit. Actually, the greatest scam of all is the recruitment of the CPP-NPA NDF sa tuang mga kabatanunan. Ginaamigo nila, gina-brainwash sila o ginagamit nila isip kadre og NPA. Paghuman, pagmamatay, biyaan lang. Iguba nila ang ilang kaugmaon, iguba nila ang ilahang pamilya. So the CPP-NPA recruiters instigate walkouts. Isa sa mga pag naka-recruit na sila, no, naka-organize sila organisasyon sa sulod sa eskwelahan. Ilaha jud nang implement ng mga walkouts, and at times they are supported by faculties. Because the recruitment of the CPP-NPA not just centered on the students but also on other sectors of society. And the faculty is also one of the main reasons or the main targets of CPP, NPA, NDF recruitment because ngano unsay rason? The faculty have influence over their own students. If these faculties are recruited by the CPP, NPA, NDF, they become the mouthpiece of CPP, NDF propaganda. Ang ginatudlo niya sa estudyante sa eskwelahan, dili na siya pagtulunan nga akademiko, kundi pagtulunan sa MLM or Marxismo-Leninismo o Maoismo. So you see, it's not just the students that are in danger of CPP NPA recruitment, NDF recruitment, but also the faculties. So you have to be wary. There are two types of people during walkouts. Katong gusto mo uli o katong mo apel sa rally. The students in the walkouts, they become what? They became the pool of recruits. They choose the cadre of the CPP NPA NDF. Mamili siya sa katong mga gusto o hilig mo apel og rally. Pangitaon nito kinsa to pinakakusog mo singgit, pinakakritikal sa gobyerno, pinakakusog mo padayag sa iyahang gibati. These prospective recruits are then invited. Ginaimbita siya sa mga symposium, sa mga forum, sa mga lectures, sa mga istorya. Dili lang ni siya nahitabo sulod sa eskwelahan, no? Ang pinakadako o pinakadelikado nga point is that NPA recruiters, NDF recruiters does not just focus inside the school. Ginasundan po nila ning mga estudyante nga ilahang mga prospective recruits padulong sa ilahang mga boarding houses. Karamihan, kadaghanan sa mga pagtulon-ang politikal sa CPP-NPA ginapahitabo dili lang sulod sa eskwelahan kundi sa mga boarding house sa mga recruits nila. Unsa ilang ginabuhat kaning klase nga pagtulon-an? Ang tawag ani niya is PADEPA or Pambansang Demokratikong Paaralan. Kaning PADEPA under siya sa national organ sa CPP-NPA nga Revolutionary School of Mao Zedong. Ang kaning PADEPA di na siya tinuod nga eskwelahan. Ang tawag lang nila na sa panagtigom o pagtulon-an nga ginabuhat nila. Unsay sulod ani nga diskusyon? They are educational discussions and simple teach-ins that slowly integrate the philosophies of communism inside the discussion. After this, the prospective recruits will be requested to join demonstrations and rallies. And after this, they will be integrated by this into the teachings of these particular courses. Kani nga mga kurso, no, dirin magsugod ang technically, dirin magsugod ang pagtuis o pagtuon sa komunismo. Ang pinakauna lang itudlo sa ilaha is Natsit and kani. Muna siya ang mga pagsugod sa mga pagtulon ang komunismo. Sa sulod sa PADEPA or sa sulod sa mga teach-in. Kani ang giingon ako ganina nga libro nga gisulat ni Mao Zedong, maikling kurso sa ni Joma Season di ay maikling kurso sa lipunan at revolusyong Pilipino. Muna siya ang iyahang unang gipatuon sa mga prospective recruits, The Mode of Production and the Communist of Manifesto by Karl Marx. Muna siya si Karl Marx. Muna siya ang pamahan sa komunistang pagtuo. Nga ginatuuhan ni Jose Maria Sison o ang katibukan sa CPP, NPA, NDF. Unsay sulod sa pinakaunang libro nga patuon sa CPP, NPA? Ihatag ginahanyag nila sa mga kabatanunan. Ang pinakaunang pagtulunan ang ginatawag nga General Mass Course. So, pasabot kani siya abre or open sa tanan nga mga masa. Pero parte pud ni siya sa mga pagtulunan para sa kabatanunan. Unsa ba ang opening statement o pinakauna na statement nga nakasulat sa General Mass Course? Mayaman ang Pilipinas pero naghihirap ang sambayanang Pilipino. Makita ninyo, no? The CPP NPA recruitment, NDF recruitment, uses the concept of AOM or arouse, organize, mobilize. They wanted to use social issues to inflame the feelings of oppression by the youth. And when these feelings of oppression reach the peak, they will organize like-minded youths into organizations inside the school campuses, militant youth organizations inside the campuses, and after organizing it, they will mobilize it. Ibig sabihin, mag-rally na sila, magkanda na sila walkouts, wapil na sila sampa sa laing mga organisasyong organisasyong masa sa CPP-NPA. Organisasyong masa. So sa pagtulunan nga kaniya, no, if you look at it closely, ang pagtulunan ginapahatag sa CPP-NPA is always targeting the feelings, emotions of the youth using legitimate social issues and weaponizing these social issues to obtain a political end of the CPP-NPA that is taking over the political power of government and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat led by the political bureau of the CPP, NPA, NDF. So, what happens after the general mass course? There will be more discussions, they will participate in more rallies, and they will be exposed to other CPP front organizations. What other front organizations? Katong para sa kabatanunan, para sa mga kambayinan, para sa mga kabataan, para sa mga OFWs, they will be exposed to other front organizations of the CPP and PNDF. Why? Because the CPP and PNDF wanted to show the other social issues being confronted by other sectors of society. It is designed to inflame the feelings of inflame the feelings of oppression felt by the youth. Kaya mga bata ba nato dali ra mapektuhan. Kuyang ang kasing-kasing sa atong mga kabatanunan, dali na sila mapektuhan sa mga problema sa natong nasod. Dali ra pod matuis ang ilang hunahuna para pod masuko sila. The CPP-NPA recruitment is by design aimed to establish the feeling of oppression. And unsay ginasbuhat nila pag human kang maka-under mo ni siya ang uban nga mga pagtulunan ano. Pag human nimo aning pagtulunan araling aktivista, NKLRP, SCUM, espesyal na kursong masa. Unsa nay ginasinggit nimo ani dire? Anong sagot sa kahirapan? Pag ipangutana kana unsa imong tubag? Revolusyon. O pasabot ang karga kag pusil para makibisog laban sa gobyerno. O pasabot the CPP-NPA after the culmination of all these trainings have successfully brainwashed you into one of their followers. Mura na silang kulto. Hangtod karon digital na pud ang ilang padepa kay distance learning naman ang atong ginabuhat. Nahanap po'y padepa nga online. Inani sila ka marunong ato ang mga kaubanan o kaigsuunan sa CPP-NPA nga ligaw lang taon ng landas. And I hope that you will not become victims of their propaganda. Pag human nimo sa katong mga rally-rally sa sa urban areas sa syudad, unsay sunod nga phase sa recruitment is that the student recruits are made to join immersions or countryside exposure. But pasabot ipadala siya sa kabukiran para mosampa sa mga NPA units dito. If you can see it closely, kani nga mga bata na ni are members of Anak Bayan. They are Anak Bayan members that undergo countryside exposure and join the NPA units. And so, paila-ila lang nako ang uban nga mga kabatanunan nga nawala po diri, nga nangawala tungod sa pag-recruit sa CPP-NPA. Si Risa Divine gikan sa University of Santo Tomas. Niapil sa Anak Bayan UST. Nag-immersion sa bukid, karon dili na makitaan siyang inahan. So, look at it, muna ang ginabuhat sa NPA sa kabatanunan, ginabit-bit nila sa kabukiran. These are pictures nga nakuha sa gobyerno sa engkwentro nga nagapakita nga ang mga kabatanunan ginabit-bit sa CPP-NPA o ginapaapil silang grupo. So after the recruits, they will be joined as a candidate member, and after the candidate member, they will become a full-time member of the NPA. So after that time, you have become fully brainwashed and have joined the NPA units. So pakita lang ako ni last na video. After Annie, we'll be wrapping up. So, to wrap things up, nalang ko yung last nga ipakita sa inyo, ha? Last na dyan na siya. Kung anong dili jud mo motuo sa armadong pakigbisog nga ginapropose sa CPP, NPA, NDF. It is because the leaders of the CPP, NPA, NDF never allowed. Ano siya, pakita lang ako yan, no? Pamilyar mo kani siya nga nawong. Si George Madlos alias Kaoris, leader sa CPP, NPA, NDF. Pero mismo ang iyang anak, wala niya gipa-appeal sa NPA. Nakakaroon sa Amerika. Ito yata. So, kana na lang unaon ninyo. Kung ang leader sa NPA gani, dili man gani ipag-appeal yang anak sa NPA, kamo pa kaha. Nga, kinsa ba mo? Estudyante lang mo. Naamoy kaugmaon, naamoy pa nag-eskwela. So why not study and obtain and reach out your dreams through working hard in the institution that you serve, which is the school. So kung allow me to stop, this ends my presentation. And if there are any questions, I will entertain them and answer them to the best of my ability. So may mga questions ba tayo, mga for the students and the teachers that are present here?
Yes, we would encourage you to post your questions. Again, you can chat. You can actually directly message our host, Sir Pedro, or even Ma'am Karen. And so you see, the gravity of the situation, the seriousness. Actually, I've kept on nagatanaw man jud ko sa mga lectures ni Sir Nika, but still, it's very disheartening. So I just hope nga tanan sa nga naminaw karon. Actually, sir, we have about 118 from the Zoom participants only. So that's not included yung nasa Facebook Live sa kanilang Facebook page ng CVSC Montevista.
Wala ba yung mga
Do we
pangutana?
have questions?
Siguro murag naulaw lang siguro sila, Ma'am Faye, or naulaw or nahadlok mangutana. But allow me to give this message. The CPP NPA problem in the last 52 years is severely intertwined with the very fabric of reality of our society. Kung pasabot sa 50 anyos katuig, naana sila sa sulod. Parte na siya sa realidad sa tuang komunidad. Part kanya kada iyang sektor sa kabukiran, ilahang na organize, naabot. Ug ang dili man jud nato mahikaw sa uban nga ang unang-una nila kahadlok paghihapon. Kay syempre kinsa may dili mahadlok sa armado nga tao mao moduol sa inyo. But remember, the NTF LCAP that the government employs is doing its job to end local communist armed conflict by answering the root causes of poverty, the root causes of insurgency. Kung unsa to ang problema nga nakaresulta sa insurensiya, the NTF LCAP is doing its best to answer that, and Ms. Fe can attest to the drive of the province, to the goal of the province to end insurgency by answering the root causes of it all. Na question there is from the government is doing an action to contain the spread of COVID-19. As to the record, the CPP and DFNP at it's been 52 years. Why could Joma be arrested na lang? Salamat po. It's a very valid question, no? Sumakanin mo ng gira, didakbo na to leader. First and foremost, he have been given political asylum in the Netherlands. So it's a problem of international diplomacy. Pagtagaan mo kag asylum gud sa laing nasod, mo pasabot that that country is protecting you. Kaya naami karon dire, no? Actually kamo na may mabuhat. Ikaw mismo sa katon ng utana, na kay mabuhat. What can we do para madakpan nato sa Juma season? Petition. Let us petition as a nation, as a community, as a country that the Netherlands withdraw the political asylum given to Jose Maria Sison. If we as a community air our demand that we as victims of CPP, NPA, NDF for the last 52 years demand from the government of the Netherlands that they withdraw their asylum given to the terrorist, the criminal that caused the death of numerous students, that destroyed numerous families, that stunted the economic growth of our country for the last 52 years, be removed from political asylum. Kamo na mo mismo mabuhat. So, it's a very complicated question that requires a very complicated answer, but we can do our part to force the government of the Netherlands to withdraw the political asylum given. Kaya inana ka maayo si Jose Maria Sison, no? Pati siya na atik niya sa iyang mga bakak ang gobyerno sa Netherlands. I hope I have answered that question, ano? So, now another question.
Question, sir.
Ma'am?
You have another question from Genevieve Lanuza. Good morning, sir. Kung nailan na jud ang head sa CPP, NP, NDF, NF, NPA, nganong dili man mahunong ang kini nga communist, sir?
Okay. So, nailhan man dito na sila, no? Pero, ang problema man gud nato is kayo og mga support networks ang CPP, NPA, NDF. When I say support networks, kanang mga aliado nga organisasyon. Ang NPA, gamay ra kay na sila, pila na sila, 20, 30, siguro napulo. Pero ang ilahang mga support networks, kanang ginatawag nga mga front organizations sa nagkadaiya o nagkahiusang demokratikong frente, the National Democratic Front, dako kay na siya. Subayon ra gud nato sa Compostela. Butang na to sa kung kahinumdum mo sa Mungkayo, katong Mungkayo 18. NPA na siya, nadakpan sa gera. Unsay kinsa ang pinakauna ni abot nag-rescue sa ilaha dito sa police station? Kinsa ba? Karapatan. Karapatan ang nag-rescue sa ilaha. Kinsay nagbayad sa piyansa ni Elizalde Cañete alias Jinggoy, isa ka NPA leader dira sa Davao de Oro, kumbal pa na sa una, sa Guerrilla Front 3. Kauna siya sa una. Kinsay nagpiyansa sa iya? Secretary General sa Karapatan. Sabot pa sabot, dili ni maundang kaning komunistang grupo or insurensiya kung dili nato i-engage ang katibukan sa atong nasod. That is why I'm here, expressing to you the truth, so that you as students or as teachers of these schools will not be brainwashed, would not be recruited. Ginatagaan ta mog armas. Unsa nga armas na ni? Armas sa kahibalo. Para dili mo ma-atik, dili mo ma-convince sa mga bakak nga ihatag nimo ug dili mo mahimong parte sa problema. But rather, you will become part of the solution by being a productive member of society. So, muna siya ang ginabuhat sa gobyerno karon, no? Kaning LCAC nga ginabuhat nato, dili man solusyon ang pagdakop sa tanan nga miyembro sa NPA lang. Kundili ato ang pakusgan ang mga social institutions nato, like the schools, like the church, like the community. You have to strengthen them, and the LCAC is doing that and more. What is more? We have identified and have tried very hard to support and give answer to the root causes of insurgency. That is why nakita ninyo si Mama Estre, medyo stress na siya yung itsura karon kay kan kay mga proyekto atong LCAC. Dili lang ninyo makita na karon, pero nakita sa kami nga involved na nakita jud nako ang paningkamot sa provincial local government of Davao de Oro para tubagon ang mga problema nga nagaatubang sa inyo sa inyong probinsya. Usahay gani maabot ko dira makig-meeting lang ko with Gov para natagaan nato mas dako nga solusyon ang mga problema. So you see, no, dili solusyon nga dakpon na sila lang. Ang pinaka-solusyon ang ginabuhat karon sa atong gobyerno, ang NTF-LCAC, that is to give solution to the social problems that resulted to insurgency and to strengthen the social institutions, the church, the school, and the communities to empower our people to become part of the solution. That is why I'm here talking with you. Kay kung dili lang jud no, dili lang tungod aning LCAC, dili jud mi mogawas. Kay kami sa intelligence community, dili kayo mi tigawas sa public. But I'm here now taking risk. Gisakripisyo nako nga ako ang seguridad, no? Sakripisyo nako ang ako ang peace of mind just to spread the knowledge that please, as part of the students, do not allow yourselves to become victimized by the CPP-NPA. Kay usabon ako, no? Kung ang mga leader mismo sa CPP-NPA nasa naing nasod, nasa US, kayahay, nasa American Dream, ang iyahang anak, kamu pa kaha? Kamu ba wala mo'y kaugmaon? Kamu ba wala mo'y pamilya? Nganong inyuhang mang ialaw ang inyong kagalingon nga mahimong biktima? I am giving you the weapon of knowledge so that you will not become victims of the propaganda by the CPP, NPA, NDF. So I hope I've answered that question. I think na pa siya isa very allow me to back
Yes, we have from Queenie Estaloga.
yes.
I will read to you, sir. So from Queenie Estaloga, her question, wait. If you have known, okay, joining the NPA is riskier than getting a COVID-19 vaccine. If you have known of someone who is, it's from Michael Uy. The question is, I'll just browse. From Queenie Estologa, does the termination of UP-DND Accord will also curtail or reduce academic freedom, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of peaceful assembly? This has been a hot issue recently.
Ayo, no, the past months, may isa din ka pinakadako nga issue kaning termination sa UP-DND Accord. But I have to ask you this, what is academic freedom? Unsa ba ang academic freedom? So to classify academic freedom, unsa ba na sa sunod ana? Academic freedom dictates that the university or the school have the right to teach what they want, to teach who they want, and to maintain the teachings that to use any books, references of what they have. That is the definition of academic freedom. And what is the UP-DND Accord? Unsa may pasabot sa UP-DND Accord? Ang UP-DND Accord lang, nakabutang dito nga bago mosulod ang military sa UP, mananghid sila sa UP administration. Bago naidakpon sulod sa UP, mananghid sila sa UP administration. So, if you look at it closely, what is the impact of academic freedom with the UP-DND Accord? Actually, wala. Walay impact na siya. It's a non sequitur. Ibig sabihin, it does not follow that if we terminate the UP-DND Accord, we have also curtailed academic freedom. That is the propaganda of the militant left or the CPP, NPA, NDF. Because the termination of the UP-DND Accord does not interfere in any way to academic freedom. Kaya wala man giingnan sa gobyerno, ayaw na niya natudlo ng tawhanan na kay NPA na. Ayaw na niya itudlo kay pagtulunan na sa NPA. Wala may giingon na. Ang gitanggal lang is ang pagbabawal sa pagsulod sa military or sa police sulod sa UP. Wala man po niingon po ang military nga ay girahon na tong UP kay nag-NPA dito. Wala man po, di ba? It's just a reaction, a propaganda kay unsa bay ginabuhat sa CPP, NPA, NDF? Unsa akong ginaingon balik-balik? They want to inflame the youth. They want to arouse the passion of the youth. And they want to feel, the youth to feel the feelings of oppression. So gigamit nila ang word nga academic freedom. When in fact, the academic freedom has no bearing to the UP-DND Accord. Wala siya'y labot. Kay wala man pugnan sa gobyerno nga itudlo ni. Actually, no, ako mismo, daghantay matun-an sa mga pagtulunan sa sulod sa eskwelahan. Dili niya pwede po pakialaman sa government. As far as I know. Of course, I might be wrong, but there is no issues, there is no pronouncements made by government to curtail what the educational institution will teach to their students. As long as it's not violence, wala man ang ginaingon sa gobyerno. As long as dili mo magtuon, dili niya tudlo dira nga maging violente ang mga bata. Kaya that is also child abuse. Mind you, that pag ang ato mo kung tanaw no, ina-romanticize kay na romantic freedom. But naman tay Google, i-search na ko din yung unsay pasabot sa romantic freedom. Tapos sa kaning UPDND Accord, naman po na siya sa online, basahan niyo ang UPDND Accord and you make the decision. I can only say so much, but in this time and age, na ang information na nasa inyong mga kamot, tanan-tan na ay Facebook. So na tanan po ta kabalo mo Google. Read and form your own decisions. Ang una niyong basahon sa meaning sa academic freedom. Kuhaan ninyo ang buod, the core meaning of academic freedom. And basahon ninyo ang UPDND Accord. Ikumpara, itapad ang duha, naabay overlap, naabay paglapas sa katungod sa eskwelahan. And then form your own decision. Because I can only say so much. But at the end of the day, I fully respect the critical mind of our students. I can only say this because this is my belief. This is my ardent belief. But I wish that you, as students, learn by yourself, read, and be informed. That is why read the meaning of academic freedom, the freedom of expression, the freedom of peaceful assembly. Wala man na siya gipagbawal. Wala na siya giusab. Wala na siya giguba tungod sa pag-terminate sa UPDMD Accord. Ang gi-terminate lang na is ang atong pagbabawal kay ano man pud yun no? Unsa ba ka special ang UP nganong mananghid pa ang pulis kung naidakpon dito sa sulod? Di ba? Unsa ba sila ka special? Sometimes kasi we acknowledge that fact because kadugay nga panahon na siya dira. But if you look at it closely, if you become critical to that particular discussion, you will see na the UP have become too arrogant. Tanaw nila, they have become they are separate from everything and they have their own world. The abrogation of the UPDND Accord does not affect in any way or in any manner or reduce in any form academic freedom, freedom of expression, and freedom of people's assembly. Ngano man pag-abrogate gani, pagtanggal gani ang UPDND Accord, nagrally sila dito, ipangpukpok pa sila sa gobyerno, wala man, di ba? So that's freedom of assembly, that's freedom of expression. Naabay ni gawas nga order nga niingon ang presidente o atong gobyerno nga, oy UP, bawal ka magtudlo sa komunistang pagtulunan. Kawalo ba mo nga ang Communist Manifesto is part of philosophy and it's part of the teachings. I myself have been subjected to philosophical teachings of Marx. Because I'm a student of philosophy, part na siya sa mong pagtuon. It is a mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. Bukpasabot kung edukado ang imong hunahuna, bisag unsa pa na ang imuhang may encounter nga mga pagtulunan, pwede nimo na siya dawaton, pwede po dili. So remember, no? It is a mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. And that should be the mindset that you do with regards to communist ideologies. Kaya ako mismo, no, nakaagi ko nga pagtulunan, no? Dili na siya bag-o sa kuha. That is part of the teachings of philosophy. Ano pa ba? Wala naman siguro, no?
Wala naman siguro. And yes, sir. I think
nagmessage pa sa ako ma'am.
Okay. Yes, sir. Pedro, go ahead.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Aside of teaching critical thinking from NPA to students, are there any other reasons that convince them to be committed on?
Come again, sir. Please read that once again.
Aside of teaching critical reasons that convince them to be committed in joining and
okay. Medyo na-gets ko na. So aside from teaching critical thinking, napa ba yung mga laing rason nganong ma-attract ang kabatanunan sa CPP-NPA recruitment? First, no, allow me to reiterate my earlier statement. Ako mismo, dako ko og pagsalig og isa ko sa mga tao nga gusto og critical thinking. Dako kayo na siya nga parte sa kong kinabuhi. Habang estudyante pa ko, ang una nga gitudlo sa kuha, pagtungtong nako sa college, is how to form critical thought. That is why dili siya lahi sa kuha. Dili po na siya mali. Dili siya mali. Actually, pag dili magol critical ang una-una sa tao, kung unsa may tudlo sa tuwa, we will swallow it hook, line, and sinker. But if you have critical thought, you will ask the question why. And that is very important, not just in studies, but also in life. The capability of asking the question why is the driving force of knowledge. We in the academe, nakiwin ako, no? Wala ko labot na di man ko academic. But the academe, the existence of the academe is on the premise, on the pursuance of knowledge to enrich the sea of knowledge that mankind have. And critical thinking is a very strong component of that particular drive of the academe. That is why dili nato i-demonize ang critical thinking. It should be thought in all forms and all manner because it is the drive for the enrichment of knowledge. What I do not condone, however, is that the CPP and PNDF claim to teach critical thinking, but nganong ang mga ilang ipang tunan is buta. Nawala ilang critical thinking. When I say nawala, kung nahimo silang buta, nganong ang makita lang nila, puro dautan lang sa gobyerno. Walay nabuhat nga maayo ang gobyerno. Ano man, tungod kay ang kaning gitudlo sa CPP-NP sa katong kabatanunan, gina-brainwash sila ang mga kabatanunan nga mahimong parehas nila. Ngano man, mabalik ta sa pinakaunang statement. Unsa ba ang katayuan sa CPP-NP? Unsa ba the 2016 Constitution of the Communist Party of the Philippines? The objective o ang katayuan sa CPP, NPA, NDF is to seize political power through armed revolution. So any and all means nga buhaton nila padulong didto. Ilogon ang gahom politikal sa nasod Pilipinas o kambyuan kini sa komunistang pagtuo ug ang molingkod sa gahom ang ginatawag nga dictatorship of the proletariat. Unsa na dictatorship of the proletariat? Muna sila ang mga dagkong kadre sa CPP, NPA, NDF. So critical thinking is just a means. Giguba nila ang critical thinking nga pagtulon-an o gihimo nilang pamaagi nga mapaasdang o maabot ang ilahang kahibalo para ma-brainwash ang unahuna sa tuwang mga kabatanunan. It's not critical thinking that is at fault. It is the fact that the CPP, NPA, NDF have used critical thinking and abused critical thinking in order to brainwash our youth and students. I myself am a very big proponent of critical thinking, but let us not abuse it. Kasi when you say critical thinking, there is no to see the and to generate more knowledge, which I think and presume is the purpose of the existence of academia and other educational institutions all over the world. Most especially so that what we are discussing here now is about education. So I hope I have answered your question. Are there any queries more? Napa ba yung mga dungag pangutana para sa tuwa?
Yes po, sir. I guess this is the last question po. How can CPP, NDF, NPA have firearms, sir, where in fact the Philippines don't have a manufacturer of very ironic po asa gikan ilang firearms po.
Ano bitaw na? Asa ba nakuha ang mga pusil sa CPP, NPA, NDF? Back in the 80s I think, the Communist Party of China have given around 10,000 yata, 10,000 or 40,000 AK-47 to the Communist Party of the Philippines. But na-intercept na siya sa tuwang gobyerno. Pero ano ni daghan gyapon ng armado sa arma sa CPP, NPA, NDF? Asa na nakuha na? Siguro nakabalita naman mo nga naay mga pulis o sundalo nga gipatay tapos ikuha ang pusil. Naay mga kampo sa pulis o sundalo nga gi-raid, naay mga police station sa nga gi-raid. dira nila ginakuha. Unya naaputay mga higala nga medyo siguro medyo gaan-gaan ang buot sa kalihukan sa NPA unit, naapos sila nag-donate po sila dito, naghahatag kanang ginatawag nga revolutionary tax. Kinsa tong naay mga negosyo sa sulod sa kanang lugar nga daghan ug baga ang NPA units dati ilahang gina-extort no ang mga negosyante. Gina sa extort ilang ginapangayuan. O tagay kog M16 tagay kog short diri mo na ilang ginabot dira nagikan ilang mga armas. Nagikan ilang armas sa murder, nagikan ilang armas sa extortion. Basically, ang armas sa NPA ni daghan tungod sa mga ilang gibuhat laban sa mga tao, laban sa
Darami
mga
tayo kadaghan mong gani day nagkuan man.
nana ang or tungod nganong nidaghan ang armas sa CPP-NPA. Tungod sa ilang gipatay, mga sundalo, pulis ug mga sibilyan, dili lang gobyerno ilang ginapatay no pati mga sibilyan. O ilahang pagpang kawat or pagpang extort sa mga negosyante sa kabukiran. Siguro dili man nila sa tuwa no. I mean, you just need to ask. Just need to ask questions to the right people. Ask questions katong mga nagdiskusyon sa bukid. And maybe they will answer you truthfully. I do not believe that majority of us here, especially Davao de Oro, no experience in some form or another of the evils of communism and the exploitation of the CPP, NPA, NDF to the various sectors of society. And these firearms is a product of murder and extortion. O pasabot, ang kaninga posil nga gigunitan sa CPP, NPA, naana siya, resulta sa dugo nga nakabsan, kinabuhi nga nawala sa ang mga kauban ng Pilipino. I mean, I do not hate the NPAs. I worry about them because they are, for me, they are wayward Filipinos. Nasalaag ng mga kaigsuunan nato. Kasi isang pagkuto na to na sila pamatay. Remember, they too are Filipinos. They too are part of the community. That is why we have to become, each of us should have become messengers of peace. Convince them, kung namoy kaila, convince them to return to the folds of the law. Because kinsabay ganahan sa kinabuhi anang ginagukod permanente. Wa kay ikaon. Nabuhi ka sa kahadlok, it's not a life. It's worse than the life of animals. That is why we have to convince them to return to the fold of the law because every NPA killed is very hurtful para sa kuha. Because every time nga maglubong taog namatay sa gera, ang atuang ginalubong ana Pilipino gihapon na siya. Ingo sa kanta gani ni Francis M. Isang Pilipino ang nasa loob ng bawat ataol na sinasarado. Ma-terorista man na sila, ma-NPA man na sila, ma-military man na sila, ma-police man na sila, ma-civilian man na sila, Pilipino gihapon na sila. So that is why I hope there is no more deaths connected to the CPP-NPA. That is why I enjoin everyone here to become messengers of peace, to become agents of peace, and help the government, especially the provincial government of Davao de Oro, to provide solutions to the problems besetting our society and you to become partners of change, partners of development, and become, especially the students, we have the productive members of society because we can never go up unless we go up together. Napa ba ay mga dungag pangutana sa mga kaubanan diri og mga makaigsuunan nga naa sa panaghinabi nato karong adlaw. Unay mga dungag pangutana no, ayaw mo kaulo kay panagsarad kay mininyo makit-an.
Yes, as much as you would like to have more time with Sir Neil, no, importante po kayo ni iyahang role, no, as part of the NICA 11, no, sa iyahang, of course, iyang function there. But be that as it may, we would like, I think we will be having another input for the students' orientation. Again, don't worry, ato ang natay dugang pangutana, again, you will you can curse your questions to our host, and we will get back to you because Sir Neil again will be joining us tomorrow as long as he can. Since Tuesday, pag yun si Sir Neil, nakiguban sa amo. So Sir Neil, any party message or something that you want to reiterate before we will let you go?
Sige po, ma'am. Ako nagpabilin ngayon sa lugoon, ma'am. Ingna lang ko kung sa akong maalagad. But as parting message for our teachers and students, siguro ang ako ang gipakita sa inyo ha, dili kayo ninyo ma-appreciate. But isa lang akong hangyo. If you cannot become part of the solution, please do not become part of the problem. Hayag inyong kaugmaon, hayag ang inyong paningkamot, but if you become victims of CPP, NPA, NDF propaganda, you will lose all of that and more. The worst that can happen is you will lose your life. The least that can happen is that you will lose your family and your future. So, kung ang mga lideres sa NPA gani wala ginapa-appeal sa NPA ang ilahang anak, ilang mga pamilya, ang uban nag-eskwela sa Lasal, ang uban nag-eskwela sa San Pedro, sa Ateneo, ang uban nasa US, ang uban nasa Europe. Kamo pa kaha? Kung sabay kalahian ninyo sa ato ang mga kaigsuonan sa NPA, wala. Please, pursue your dreams. If you express dissent against the government, that's fine. Okay, it's ensured by the Constitution that dissent shall never be silenced because for our society to develop, we have to become the eyes and ears of government. We have to become part of governance. Government does not have the sole power of governance. The people which the power of government emanates from is as much as engaged, should be engaged in governance as with government. But isa lang ang hangyo nako, never take up arms. Never become victims of propaganda because it will not end well for you or your family. Once again, if you cannot become part of the problem, do not become part of the solution. And develop a very strong critical mind whenever people will approach you espousing the philosophies and ideologies of the CPP, NPA, and DF. Remember your future and remember your family. You have a future if you will not become victims of propaganda. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Compostela Valley State College. And I hope we'll be seeing you more in the coming days. Thank you po.
And that being said, daghan kaayong salamat our Assistant Regional Director for the National Intelligence Communications Intelligence Coordinating Agency from NICA, Sir Neil Romitman. Daghan kaayong salamat, sir. We hope to see you tomorrow again. And of course,
Anytime po, ma'am.
Thank you po. And of course, to wrap, I think that's about it. And to wrap this all up, I hope, I really hope you have learned a lot from this forum. So actually, just to reiterate, we hope you as students, even teachers, who can help us as our multipliers, our partners in communicating. So number one, of course, in standing up for the truth. You've heard a lot about COVID. You've heard on our issues, our problems in schools and our youth and our students. So help us spread the truth, no? Stand up for what's right, stand up for the truth. And of course, I hope you will also help us by helping everyone, our community, our family, no, by taking a proactive stance on our continued fight against the pandemic, no? So karon, it has never been more pronounced that at this time of the pandemic, where the need for accurate, timely, and relevant information is very crucial. Di lang po pandemic ang atong problema, also infodemic. So of course, again, thank you to our speakers, Doc Bong and Sir Neil, and of course for the CVSC under President PC Ginganiera, and of course our OIC Branch Director, Ma'am Karen, daghang kayong salamat. And of course to the rest of the students who watch this Facebook live stream today. And that would be it. I'm turning this back to our host, Sir Pedro. Daghang kayong salamat once again.
To our dear speakers, Dr. Antonio Ibiemas and Mr. Neil Romitman, to our guests from the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Ma'am Fema Esther and Sir Michael Uy, the CVSC Montevista branch community is extending its warmest thanks and appreciation for sparing your time and effort in sharing your knowledge about the COVID-19 vaccination and insurgency and ECLAC. This would greatly help us to understand deeper the COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccination, insurgency, and ALCAC. Together, let us hashtag end COVID together and hashtag walang iwanan. Thank you po, ma'am and sir. To proceed to our second part of this orientation, let us have Dr. Karen Gay Estra Doblado, our branch director, for an message.
Okay, thank you. To our college president, Dr. Christy Jean Viganera, to our vice president for the academic affairs, Dr. Lilibet Matunhay, to our guest, to all academic heads, to the faculty and staff, to our dear students, good morning. Indeed, for almost 1 year now, we are battling against this unseen enemy that is trying to destroy our lives and our future. An enemy that has tried to divide us, an enemy that has ingrained fear in all of us, and an enemy that has tried to kill our hopes and dreams. Yet, despite those challenges, we were able to survive. We are still alive, and we are still able to continue our educational endeavors. In fact, we had already completed 2 semesters regardless that we are having the distance learning. It is therefore a reminder to each one of us that is in this trying time, it is still possible for us to move forward. We might be in different locations right now, but look at us. We are still able to gather virtually to formally open the second semester of academic year 2020 to 2021. This event would serve as a refresher for all of us to the policies and guidelines of our institution. Also, this would serve as a reminder of our duties and responsibilities as we take part in the achievement of the college vision, mission, and goals. To all the students, this event is a great opportunity for you to raise your concerns. Instead of posting your rants on social media, let us make this activity an avenue to express your opinions, to share your observations, to clarify your confusions, and to become active participants in the improvement of our institution. To my dear colleagues, as we formally open the semester, may you have the motivation to continue to do your best in imparting your knowledge and wisdom, as well as inculcating values to our dear students. We know for a fact that the new normal has been challenging, not just for the students, but for you as well. But despite the challenges, I can truly attest that you have given extra effort to continue the academic operation. May you keep that desire and willingness to serve. Whenever you feel down, demotivated, and depressed, always remind yourself that there is someone out there, a student, who is trying his or her best to learn, despite how outdated the mobile phone that he or she is using, despite the difficulty securing a stable internet connection, and despite his or her difficulty in catching up the lessons in self-paced learning. Remember that those students are leaning on you. To the students as well, bear with us. Our teachers are also doing their best to provide you both with the instructions and guidance. Though it is still uncertain when this battle will finally be over, the important is we are certain that we can make it win. With the help of the administrators, our valued faculty and staff, and of course you, our dear students, let us make this semester productive, fun, and memorable. We might be physically distanced from our institution, but nothing can stop us from being academically engaged. As a wise man once said, united we stand, divided we fall. So no one can take us apart if we are united. May it be a deadly virus. So together, let's make this semester successful. Thank you and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Karen Redoblado, our branch director for Montevista branch. And I guess our visitors will be leaving now for they also have an important matters to do. Thank you po to our guests now from the provincial government of Davao de Oro and for to our speakers. Let's send them our virtual applause. Now, let's proceed not to an inspirational message in behalf of our college president, Dr. Christy Jean Villanueva Ganyera. Let us have Dr. Lilibeth Emma Tunhay, our Vice President for Academic Affairs. Let's give her a round of applause, a virtual applause. Doc Matunhay.
Hello, good morning. Matulog na kaya?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. I guess Dr. Lilibeth Matunay has a problem po with her audio, but in the chat box. She is extending her gratitude to our speakers and for the provincial local government unit of Davao de Oro. We'll get back to Doc Matunay na lang po later. We'll proceed with the orientation proper. Let us have Sir Jihu Vamil, LPT MAED, for the introduction of our speakers. Once again, let us welcome Mr. Jehu A. Villamil, our OSAS head, for the introduction of our speakers.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
sir.
Affairs and Services Montevista branch. Students of and Services is an administrative unit of the college responsible for development and implementation of various programs and services, focusing on the non-academic aspect of the students. Students Affairs and Services is headed by Jehu A. Villamil. Students Affairs and Services section divided into hello. Speaker nawala oh. So, hello.
Yes, Sir G, go ahead.
Okay. Sige. Students Affairs and Services section is divided into three several units. We have Guidance and Testing Unit, Institutional Student Program and Services Unit, and Student Development Unit. Under the Guidance and Testing Unit, we have Lady Roxanne Asuncion, Guidance and testing unit, we have Mr. Roxanne Asunción, our PM, our branch psychophysician, and also our guidance and testing coordinator, Mr. Junior P. Harut, LPT, our alumni and career services coordinator. Under the institutional Under the institutional program and services, we have Marvin Kim M. Sumega, our multi-fit coordinator, Kaimar G. Duruan, our AP coordinator, Jezreel J. G. Lopez, our PU coordinator, and also we have Shirley Jean M. Plaza, our student housing coordinator, Angelica Caspilio, our student club coordinator. Under the Student Development Unit, we have Alberto L. Iana Jr., our Student Discipline Coordinator, Ms. Nina Camille Labastida, Publication Advisor, and also our Yearbook Coordinator. And also, we have Jen.
O- Okay, I guess Sir Jiho Villamil has a problem with his internet connection. So let me just read now the our faculty and staff for the under OSAS or the Student Affairs and Services unit. So for guidance and counseling services, we have Miss Lady Roxanne Asuncion, RPM, our branch psychometrician. We also have student discipline. For student discipline services, we have Mr. Alberto L. Iana Jr., LPT, our student discipline coordinator. For the student organization services, we have Miss Angelica Caspilio, LPT, our student organization coordinator. For our student publication services, we have Miss Nina Jane Labastida, LPT, our student publication coordinator, and at the same time, our yearbook coordinator. For the College Student Council, we have Mr. John Mark B. Lapus, LPT, or CSC advisor. For the scholarship services, we have Miss For the library and learning resources services, we have Mr. Jimmy Salulukan, our branch librarian. For our health services, we have Miss Lovely L. Mijarito, RN, our branch nurse. For the admission and student record services, we have Miss Leslie Sanchez, our college registrar or our branch registrar. For the sports services, we have Mr. Lloyd P. Coming Maed, our sports coordinator. For the social cultural arts services, we have Miss Leandro D. Colindres, LPT, our social cultural coordinator. For the National Service Training Program, we have Miss Analiza I. Panimdim, LPT, our NSTP coordinator. And for the Campus Safety Services, we have Mr. Nino Jan G. Olermat, the head of Campus Safety Management Unit. And for the ICT, we have Mr. Norman Orcasan, our ICT staff, and Mr. Alberto Iana Jr., our ICT coordinator. So for the orientation proper, let us start with Miss Lady Roxanne Asuncion, RPM, our branch committee coordinator, to begin the orientation for the guidance and counseling services.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. So, for the guidance and counseling unit, I will be presenting a short video clip about our services for the office.
Okay, I guess the guidance office has a problem with internet connection now. So let's go back to them later on. Now let's proceed with the student discipline services. We have Mr. Alberto L. Ayana Jr. LPT, our student discipline coordinator.
Hello, good morning. So, paki-stop, stop. Okay. Nakita na akong gi-share. Nakita akong gi-share.
Opo.
Okay. So,
Yes, sir.
this This morning, I will discuss about the student code and conduct. So by the way, I am Alberto Iriano Jr. I am your student discipline coordinator. So for discipline is an important component of any successful educational process. It goes without saying that if there is no ongoing predictable discipline within a classroom, educational goals will be met. This threat is learned, it is taught by example. So, largo na ta dito sa norms of conduct. So, the norms of conduct we have moral character, personal discipline, and civic consciousness. And timanan ha, we have our moral character, we have our personal discipline. Bisan asa man ta dapat naajud tay morality and also our personal discipline. And also the last one thing is civic consciousness and patriotism. And for in case of conduct procedures, so muna siya ang mga conduct procedures ha. The right to be informed of any charges of misconduct, the right to an opportunity to respond to the charges, the right to hear evidence in support of the charges, the right to present evidence against the charges, the right to an advisor, the right to fair procedure which is appropriate to the circumstances, the right to be informed of the outcome of your proceeding. So sanction, disciplinary sanction may take any of the following forms. We have warning, reprimand of actual damage inflicted, automatic failure of the subject or test, from attending recognized clubs. So another one, disqualification from holding any position of any organization either by election or appointment, withholding or graduation or other privileges, cancellation of scholarship, suspension, dismissal, and also for expulsion. Penalties, we have grave offenses, less grave offenses, and light offenses. So for grave offenses, we have prohibited drug trafficking, use of position of prohibited drug. So once prohibited drug expulsion from CVSC, so matanggal siya dayon na. For use or position of prohibited drug, we have first offense, second offense. And if the student is proven guilty of using such prohibited drugs, sanctions of suspension 1 year to expulsion from CVSC shall be given. Hazing, such as but not limited to those committed during military training, organization, rights of fraternities or organization. So we have first offense and second offense. Forging of signatories, falsification of public documents, perjury, false testimony, and misrepresentation of facts, tampering of official records, and unauthorized solicitation of other acts of fraud and illegal transaction. You have first offense and second offense. So first offense, suspension for 1 year to expulsion. Sexual harassment, act of lasciviousness or seduction. First offense and second offense. Robbery of any stage of execution. First offense, second offense, suspension for 1 year to expulsion and restitution of things stolen or payment of damage. And for the less grave offenses, offense against decency and good customs such as immoral doctrines, obscene publication and exhibition, and other similar offenses. Vandalism, including destruction of college property and other malicious mischief. disobedience of lawful order of person in authority and or there against or violation of college rules. So kani siya disobedience or misbehavior, so dire jud siya ma-apeke. Let's say for example, we are now facing in new normal. We are now in pandemic. So mostly sa ato jud atong ginagamit is online, no? Online naman jud ta karon for the meantime, online ta. So be careful sa mga students na naga-post through online kay gina-trace gihapon na siya namo sa inyong mga post kung dako na siya nga problema, bugat ba na siya nga problema, nagyapon na siya mga sanction. So dili ingon nga kanang mag-post ko kay para masulbad akong problema diri sa social media. So dili siya pwede ingunan na. So much better nga i-post nimo kanang kaayuhan, dili mag-post ka nga negative. Ha? Then advance for the students from first year to fourth year, be careful lang sa jud ha, kabalo naman jud mo unsa ang mga nadiri makita ninyo. And also kung mag-post mangayo kag consultation unsay angay buhaton, unsay imong pamaagi para ma-achieve nimo imong goals na unsay mahitabo sa imuha. Dili kay send nimo through online, din daghan day mag-comment, then disarasa na mo abot, no? Murag ugaw kay siya paminawon. Okay? Next is libel or unlawful use of means of publication and unlawful false utterance as defined by and less serious physical injuries and light offenses, non-position of school ID. Kani siya ma-include na siya pag face-to-face na ta and then wearing of school uniform when required. Again, pag once face-to-face na ta, note, cross-dressing is strictly prohibited. Pag once lalaki, pag babae is babae. Prescribed uniform for female students and prescribed uniform for male students. Cheating during the examination or quizzes. Example, asking and giving answer. First offense, reprimanded. This should be made by twice only. And second offense, automatic failure of grades. The faculty shall have to present clear evidence or gambling kung sugal, pag masakpan, so dira ra gyapon. Tumults and other scandals of college activity. Next one, lettering or misuse of school property kanang magpataka og labay pag masakpan, pero pag wala pa tayo face to face, so diha lang ilabay sa inyong balay kung gusto ka, ha? So this is the student slip. Failure to appear preliminary inquiry. So muna siya first summon, second summon, and third summon only. Immediately after the scheduled appearance. So next is student referral slip. So para ni sa katong magreklamo nga teacher, no, attitude towards studies, behavior inside the classroom, class attendance, and academic record standing. Violation slip report. So muna yung mga nag-violate na naka-stipulate na, naka-list na daan. And then Committee on Student Discipline. So muna yung mga committee sa pag ano sa mga students. So members, Prefect of Discipline, Coordinator, Branch Director, Dean, Program Head, and the CSC Branch Governor and students. The committee shall be under the general supervision of the Director of the Office of the Student Affairs. Thank you for listening and good morning.
Thank you, Sir Iana, for the student discipline services. Now, let's proceed to the student organization services. Let's welcome Miss Angelica Caspilio, LPT, or Student Organization Coordinator.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Okay, let me share my screen muna. Madungog ra ko?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God. Okay, good morning once again. Welcome to our reorientation for the school year 2020-2021. So this is the office of the Students Club and Organization. So I will be presenting some important information regarding the clubs and organization of our school. No? First, let's define what is a school club and organization and their objectives. Student activities are excellent means to foster social attitudes, cooperation, imitative, responsibility, and democratic leadership among students. Each club should encourage activities that will make them aware of the existing problems and needs in the community. Working with and for the people can prepare the students for greater responsibility in the future. Clubs and organizations give chances for sharing experience with persons of like interests. Hence, the school organization and clubs will opportunities for self-fulfillment. So we have here accreditation. Accreditation is a process in which a certification of competency, authority, or credibility is presented. This is the procedural aspect in operationalizing any organized student group in the college, which provides autonomy to the respective student groups to establish their identity by applying for the grant of authority to operate as an organized group. A student organization shall be any approved association, club, and society whose members are bona fide students of the college. So any group may apply for accreditation, provided that the following requirements are submitted to the Office of Student Affairs and Services through the Student Organization Coordinator. First, we have here the letter of intent. So pwede mo mag-ask og format ani sa ACUA. Then we have here the list of officers. List of members, you can recruit a minimum of 10 members. Then we have the constitution and bylaws. Calendar of activities with tentative schedules. The calendar of activities shall include at least one community service. Then last, certification letter of organization advisor. So this is a letter of willingness of the faculty or staff chosen in CVSC to be the advisor of a club or organization. So mo lang ni siya ang mga requirements nga kailangan para ma-accredit mo as a student clubs or organization sa ato ang school. Then any student club or organization that has been accredited during the previous school year who wishes to renew its contract may do so provided that the requirements for re-accreditation will be submitted. So nag-renew ta every year yan. So among ang mga requirements ani are first, letter of intent gihapon. List of officers, updated list of officers, updated list of members, constitution and bylaws, especially pag may mga amendments, calendar of activities, certification letter of organization advisor, community service narrative report, and financial statement and bank account. Okay, so because of the pandemic that we are facing, those who wishes to create their own club or organization may submit the soft copy of the necessary requirements through the email of the Students Club Coordinator, which is student_org.montevista@cvsc.edu.ph. So hard copy will follow as soon as things go back to normal. So I would like to present to you the list of the accredited clubs and organizations for the academic year 2020-2021. So tulo lang ni sila. First, we have the Movement of Adventist Students, Adventist Ministry to College and University Students, or the Mas Amigos. Then we have the CVSC Montevista Peer Mentor Club, or PEMIC. And last, the Senior Education Students Organization, or SESO. So mao lang ni ang accredited clubs and organization nato this year. So if you have questions or queries, you can contact me through my Facebook account, Angelica Caspilio, and my contact number kana nasa screen, and through email then. So I think that would be all. Thank you for listening and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Ma'am Angelica Caspilio, for your orientation about the student organization services. Now let's proceed to the student publication services. Let's welcome Ms. Nina Jane Labastida, LPT, our student publication coordinator. Ma'am Nina, Ma'am Labastida. Yes, Ma'am Labastida has a problem also with his or with her internet connection. Now let's proceed to the College Student Council. Let us welcome Mr. John Mark B. Lapus.
Good morning everyone. Madungog ko.
Opo, sir.
So allow me to share my screen papadali. Okay, so good morning once again. No? So I will be um, giving no my orientation regarding sa CSC po, or the College Student Council sa CVSC Montevista. Okay, so first I would like to introduce myself. I am John Mark B. Lapus, newly designated CSC advisor po. I guess I do not have to introduce no the set. We do have the same no, set of officers, okay, for this second semester. Okay, so ang ako lang ihatag po is updates sa mga mahitabo po sa CSC. First one is ang nato ang ato ang major event na mahitabo sa second semester, celebrate nato sa second semester is the Students Day. Okay, but we cannot give you an update because wala pa man pod naka-decide ang ato ang CSC kung kanus apo mahitabo ang ato ang Students Day or naabatay mahitabo na Students Day because ang institution manggod nag-decide sila na naatay college-wide na Students Day celebration pero wala pa pud siya na meetingan, so we cannot give no an update regarding sa ato ang Students Day. Okay, so far mao lang pud na siya ang mahatag namo po na update sa ato ang CSC po. So next one, okay, so as an outgoing no na ay former scholarship coordinator. Ako na lang po ang maghatag po sa updates po regarding sa ato ang student account and scholarship unit. Okay, so I would like to introduce now our newly hired scholarship coordinator. So si Miss Abigail Joy Mendez, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship sa CVSC Montevista batch 2018. So siya na po ang ato ang magdumala sa ato ang scholarship office, si Miss Abigail Joy Mendez. So if you have concerns regarding sa inyong scholarship, so pwede na to ma-contact si Ma'am Joy sa scholarship coordinate. Ang ato ang new scholarship coordinator. So next one, ang update lang po nato sa ato ang scholarship office. Okay, so I know daghang mga estudyante nga naghulat no or mga questions about sa ilahang refund. So amo lang hangyo is that let us be patient no. Waiting sa refund nga moabutay because we are preparing no or amo nang gina-process ang inyong refund. Amo lang hangyo is let us be patient kay dili pud lalim i-prepare ang mga documents na i-attach kay kwarta or cash man po ang ato ang i-release. So mohangyo lang gyud mi nga tagaan mi ninyo og time no nga maka-prepare sa mga documents kay amo man pud siyang ginatrabaho po. So mo lang to among hangyo nga let us be patient no nga maghulat po kung kano sa ma-release ang inyong mga refund. Okay, so if you have questions or concerns, pwede man mo mag-ask no sa mga coordinators ninyo per campus po. Okay, so I guess that would be all. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Sir Lapus, for the College Student Council and Now, let's proceed to the Library and Learning Resource Services. Let's welcome Mr. Jimmy S. Salulukan, our branch librarian. While waiting, no, gamay naman atong speakers, no, so let's just finish the orientation na gamay lang atong speakers and gamay lang siguro ilang hatag na updates because updating naman jud karon na orientation. So if gigutom na mo, then you can have your lunch, no, pero maminaw lang gyapon ta sa orientation. Okay? Sige. Again, let's welcome Mr. Jimmy Salulukan for the Library and Learning Resource Services. Sir Jimmy. Sige, I guess naapoy problema sa internet connection for Library and Learning Resource Services. Now let's proceed to the health services. Let's welcome Ms. Lovely L. Mejarito, RN, our branch nurse.
Hello, good noon.
Good noon, ma'am.
Yan. Wait,
Okay. The health services of office. The health services office, they have two services rendered, the medical and the dental services. In medical services, in medical services, catered medical and health history profiling, annual medical and physical examination, medical consultation, prescription, and treatment. So, kay dili pa man ta face-to-face karon, so pwede mo maki-consultation with telemedicine. So, mag-chat lang mo or mag-email or magtawag sa ako. And then, issuance of medical certificate for any school-related activities and programs, then health advocacy and preventive measures, then process insurance, process college insurance.
Ma'am, nakasilent ka.
Okay, sorry po. This is the coverage of insurance, accident, permanent and total disability, and provoked murder or assault, accidental medical reimbursement, daily hospitalization allowance, cash assistance sa death due to natural causes, then death indemnity for accidental death covered by public conveyance, then ambulance assistance, then fire assistance. Extension of coverage of the insurance is drowning, animal bite, dengue. Kung na-admit mo, so, ang inyong case is dengue, so pwede na may makuha na nga daily allowance, hospitalization of daily allowance, then injuries from school athletic meet, then accident arising from the use of motorcycles. The dental services. Dental services, dental services is naatay tooth extraction, 10 to 15 slot lang siya per month. And then because of this pandemic, so dito sa RHU ta mag-conduct of dental services. And then before mo mag-add to sa kanang RHU, maghatag ko og referral slip nga kwaon ninyo din sa school. And then or maybe mag-chat mo sa ako so that ako ang mo sa RHU niya magpa-schedule, ipa-schedule mo na ako dito. So this is the requirements for the insurance claim. First is the medical reimbursement. Claim form. Kining claim form kuhaon na ninyo dinhi sa school kay mo na siya i-fill out na ninyo dito kung asa man mo na admit or asa man mo na niadto nga hospital. Then original medical certificate, original final hospital billing, original na receipt, nga kana ganing koan kanang mga napalit ninyo nga mga tambal sa gawas, so pwede na siya ma-re-em, and then need lang na siya og resibo original o katong iyahang reseta nga naay doctor's signature og iyahang license number, and then affidavit of insured driver license, then police report. For that claim, claim form gihapon, kwaon gihapon
Ma'am Mejarito? Okay, I guess that would be all for the health services. Now, let's proceed to the admission and student record services. Welcome, Miss Leslie Sanchez, our branch registrar. Ma'am Leslie.
Hello, good noon. For
Go ahead
the
po, ma'am.
for the student admission student records, updated lang ni sa karon naay gamay nga nanghatag og INC sa mga faculty, so student remind lang nga ang INC good for 1 year. So naay nanghatag nga faculty og IMP, ang duration nato sa IMP until February 28, 2021. So student, please ko o comply sa inyong IMP.
Naka-mute ka,
Hello.
ma'am.
Madungog na, sir.
Yes po, ma'am. Madungog po.
Madungog na, okay. So students, remind lang po sa IMP nato nga i-comply within this month. Ang last nato is by February 28, 2021. So students, contact lang mo sa inyong mga faculty. For validation, katuning mga estudyante nga nag-transfer nga gikan sa lain nga school. So kung naamoy subject nga ipa-validate sa inyong program head nga ipa-credit diri sa CVSC, so mag-fill up ta og validation form, naamoy permahan. Yung i-validate ni siya sa program co-or, permahan sa program co-or og ang program head. So kung magpa-validate mo og subject, kailangan na mo tong TOR nga official sa atua nga gikan sa inyong school nga naka-remarks is Compostela Valley State College, mao na ang valid sa for validation. Pero katulang na ay evaluation lang ang naka-remark sa inyong TOR, so dili pa gyud na siya valid sa inyong ipa-validate nga subject kay ipa-credit ninyo nga nakuha na ninyo sa lain nga school. So mo remind lang ko sa mga naay nagpa-validate og mga subject dito sa inyong previous school nga ipalo up ninyo ang inyong mga requirements, ilabi na gyud sa inyong TOR kay credited man gud siya, nagpa-credit mo, so wala mi basis nga kana siya official kay ang inyong TOR dili pa official para sa CVSC. So manghangyo lang ko sa mga student nagpa-validate sa mga subject ninyo nga from other previous ninyo nga school nga maningkamot lang ta nga makakuha mo og TOR nga official na gyud nga para sa tuwa. So, remind lang po sa transferee and mga first year nato nga wala pa jud nakapasa og mga requirements nato diri sa school. So, ang deadline nato ani ito lang November 2020. So, medyo gamay pa jud ang nakapasa students. So, mamalihog lang ko nga maginay-inay tao pa sa diha lang sa guard ninyo ihatag to inyong mga requirements nga wala pa jud nakapasa, especially sa mga first year gyud kay gamay pa murag wala ra kaabot og mga 10% lang ang nakapasa. So akong remind lang sa mga first year o mga transferee nga maginay-hinay na ta og pasa sa inyong mga requirements. So nakita nyo sa screen ang amuang mga reminders sa submission sa inyong mga requirements, then sa IMP. Kung namoy mga pangutana, open ang amuang email, dito mo mag-email. Then katong na ay mag-request og mga COG, mga certificate of enrollment, pwede mo mag-PM sa tulo naman mi karon sa registrar ka Ma'am Shalom o ka Ma'am Ginaline. Naman sila Facebook kung mahimo naamatay ka ng corporate email nga gihimo sa inyo mga students, pwede po mo dito kanapon sila corporate email dito ninyo i-send ang inyong request. Kay kung magsige manggo dito lang sa FB mausay matabunan dili na mo makita tungod sa kadaghan ninyo. So mangangyo lang mi nga kung pwede dito sa corporate email kay mao man na mo ginagamit. So kung naamoy request mo karon magkuan lang mo kanus akuhaon ang first issuance nato sa inyong request. For example, grades o kanang enrollment, kaisa lang libre na siya. Pagka ikaduha na mo mag-request na yun na siya payment. So karon kung mag-request mo ikaduha na, mag-note lang mo nga kamo request mo na unsa nga semester o unsa inyong i-request. Kung second issuance na siya bayad. So pagkuha ninyo diri sa TO sa inyong gi-request, expected na mo nga naa na siya bayad basta second issuance na. So ang ako lang yun sa mga estudyante karon kay nag-second sem naman ta, so kabalo ko nga nangay na dyan mo og grades ninyo for first sem. So karon nga time among trabaho pero mangayo lang dyan may pasensya nga sa dili day namo mahatag tungod sa inyong kadaghan unya kung mag-send bangod mi ang amuang mga FB mag-vlog na. So mangangyo lang ko nga gamay lang jud, efficient lang jud kay moabot ra jud na inyo ang mga grades sa inyo sa inyong mga grades karon gina-work out namo pero dili namo ma-send dayon kay nagsige pa mig-send sa COR unya ang mga gigamit nga account nga vlog. So dili mi katuloy-tuloy og send sa inyo pasensya lang jud pero gipaningkamutan namo by Monday basin makahinahinay nami og send sa inyong mga grades. Then another reminders for the fourth year student, please kung sa katong nailaki nga requirements and deadline ninyo by March. For the fourth year student lang, kabalo ko nga nakabalo pud mo kung kinsa tong naay mga requirements nga kulang pa diri sa registrar. So please lang ko mapasa na siya before lang jud sa March o kung mahimo March 30 ang deadline nga akong gipanghatag sa fourth year katong first year to third year. So maningkamot lang po ta nga makapasa ta ginahinay sa laki nga requirements nato. Ang gi-priority gyud nako nga makapasa ang fourth year. So mamaliw po sa mga fourth year kung napa man karon kay murag gamay man lang jud ning mga estudyante nang apil, mamalihog lang ko nga hinay-hinay mo upasa sa laki nga requirements ninyo. Diha lang sa guard kung alanganin mo gusay kulang ninyong requirements, i-PM lang mi kay para nga magkuanan mo kung saan kulang ninyong requirements. So kana lang siguro sa registrar kung naamoy questions i-PM lang mi kay kung sa kuha ka Ma'am Shalom o ka Ma'am Ginalyn, si Ma'am Ginalyn bago pa man gud ni, so dili pa kaayo siya di pa kayo magkakuan sa iyaha. Si Ma'am Shalom ug ako ang inyong i-PM kung naamoy mga questions sa inyong mga kulang nga requirements ug sa inyong mga grado. So murag kana lang siguro sa registrar ug daghan kay salamat.
Thank you, Ma'am Leslie Sanchez, for the admission and student record services. Now let's proceed to the sports services. Let us all welcome Mr. Lloyd P. Coming, Maed, our sports coordinator. Nakamute ka, Sir Lloyd.
All right. So again, welcome to the Office of Sports and Development Program. So this is Mr. Lloyd P. Coming, your Sports Development Program Coordinator, and this is just an update for my office. The sports and athletic activities for the students are managed by the sports coordinator to promote the physical, physiological, emotional, and social well-being. These are the following duties and responsibilities to it. So organize and systematize participation in sports competitions inside and outside the college. Assess and identify the training and development needs of students athletes to organize and deliver a program training. Oversee all aspects of risk management, safety, and welfare of the facilities and sports participation. So since we are in the new normal setting and we are facing the COVID-19, so wala pa jud tay um, mga meetings na or intramurals na nahitabo, but by the um, initiative of the CSC last December 9 to 11, 2020, so we are conducted our Olympics, first Olympics virtual intramurals 2020, and we are also conducting katong virtual parade, which is participated by the faculty and staff and also the students of CVSC Montevista, and um, also representing the three department of our school, the BSN department, and also the entrepreneurship department, and plus the elementary department. So I guess since we are now in this pandemic, so hoping that next intramural, so we're looking forward that even wala ta sa normal setting, so pero ano gihapon practice gihapon nato ang atong sports, and tip of advice para po sa atong mga students and also sa atong mga teachers, since we are work from home and narata sa atong mga balay, so just keep on exercising just 15 to 30 minutes dapat mag-exercise yun ta every day. So that's it, and that's all for the sports and development program office. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Lloyd Coming, our sports coordinator. Now let's proceed to the socio-cultural arts services. Let us have Mr. Jake
Okay, good
Andro,
noon
cultural
everyone.
coordinator.
Thank you, Sir Ped. Good noon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Jake Andrew D. Colindres, and I am your sociocultural coordinator and advisor of Tulabong Mananayaw Performing Arts Company in our campus. So sociocultural program is a platform to students who sees potential, talent, and skills, and also to those students who are willing or want to learn and be engaged in dance and arts craft. So this is open to all students who want to be part of our program. And I also want to announce that we are searching for aspirants for the dance and arts craft. So these are the ways or process on how to be part of the program. So first is send your reference to me through Gmail or my Facebook account. So my Gmail is jake.cvsc.edu@gmail.com. Again, jake.cvsc.edu@gmail.com. And my Facebook account is Jake Andrew Colindres CVSC. Katong naay CVSC ha, Jake Andrew Colindres CVSC. Second is secure your screening form, and that will be given after sending your reference to me. Again, secure your screening form ug ihatag na siya after sending your reference sa ako. Third is wait for the announcement kung when mag-start ang screening, and that will also be posted on our official page, which is kaning Sociocultural Montevista branch. Again, our official page is Sociocultural Montevista branch. Fourth is, of course, the screening proper, and fifth is announcement of result, and that will also be posted sa ato ang official page. So sir, if ever sir mag-appeal ko ani, what are the benefits nga ako ang makuha? First is you have an opportunity to compete with the other campus if ever nga maka face to face or magbalik na siya sa normal setting. Second is of course you can travel not just here in Mindanao but also sa Visayas o sa Luzon. And of course makamit ka og new friends, and lastly maka-create ka og manindot nga memories nga madala-dala nimo as sa journey as a student. So if ever you have potential skills in arts and dance craft, guys, unsa pa may gihulat ninyo, just do PM me now, and don't forget to follow and like our official page katong uh, Sociocultural Montevista branch, kay tanan updates ditoan ako i-post, and be part of our universe. So to make move and be an inspiration to everybody, thank you and God bless everyone.
Thank you, Sir Colindres, for the Social-Cultural Arts Services. Now, let's proceed to the National Service Training Program. Let us welcome Ms. Analiza I. Panibdim, LPT, our NSTP coordinator.
Hello, good morning. Good noon na di ay. Madungog ko ninyo, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this noon, I'll be sharing to you the National Service Training. The three components lang, pinalive lang yun ni siya po. Wait lang, sir, ha. So, the National Service Training Program, or the NSTP, is a civic education and defense preparedness program that students instituted by the government of the Philippines on January 5, 2000 by the virtue of Republic Act 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program, or the NSTP Act of 2001. So under the NSTP program, there are three components, and I'm sure um, will equip na ang mga first year ani nga the three components of NSTP are the CWTS for the BS entrepreneurship, the LTS or literacy training service for the education students, and of course the education and the entrepreneurship students could be under the ROTC. Pero, take note lang po na if you enrolled sa ROTC by first semester, by second semester, dapat ROTC pa rin po kayo, and pag hindi niyo po natapos yung dalawang semesters, bali, hindi po kayo makakakuha ng serial number. So, just in case na yung mga nabagsak po sa first semester, wala na mo NSTP2 karon nga SEM, so better by next year re-enroll ninyo ang NSTP 1 so that you would be enrolled in NSTP 2 and that you would be completing the 2 semesters na kailangan po ng NSTP. So I guess that would be all, and I am Annalisa Panimdim, your NSTP coordinator. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Panimdim. Now let's proceed to the campus safety services. Let us have Miss T Management Unit. Sir Nino. Sige,
Wait lang ha, ako ng screen
balikan
share.
lang siguro na to si Sir Nino. Ay, this is Sir Nino. Sige,
Screen share ako
sige.
tayo.
Hi, Sir Nino. Sige, go ahead.
Maklaro dong, makita dong. Makita, sir. Dili makita kong screen share.
Makita, sir.
Makita na?
Nakita, sir.
Okay, sige. So, under the composite security,
Nasa ko kay kuan ang kanang okay na po.
under composite and security, I will just some updates of what will be the policies under any office, especially if you have concerns sa maong campus. So ako ang head sa securities branch. Two slides lang siya actually. So advisory for all students under the new normal policy. So ipasay na ko diri, all transactions shall be entertained only at the gate. So if you wish to go to school, or if somebody in the office, like for example, registrar's office, paadtuon mo sa campus kay na ay kinahanglan papirmahan sa inyo ha, scholarship office, for example, like that, may papirmahan sa inyo ha. So ang inyong buhaton is you cannot enter the campus actually. You can just we can just entertain you at the gate kay dili man allowed ang mga estudyante mo enter sa campus. So students are not allowed to school premises. Of course, if you wish to go there, if you wish to visit the campus, you must observe the minimum standard protocol, okay? Sa health and safety protocols. Wearing of mask, shields, and sanitizer if much better if magdala mo sanitizers ninyo. Kay para time to time protected mo sa maong virus, no? And students are highly discouraged to post their concerns through social media. So if you have other concerns, if you have concerns regarding to your grades, if you have concerns regarding to the administration, you just contact us directly. So do not post it in the social media. Contact or message directly the campus personnel to assist you. Kay social media won't help. Okay, it will just worsen the problem. And the protocol is kung naay problema dili dapat ninyo erase dito sa mga higher position. Okay, like for example, muritsudahin mo sa office of the governor, office of the sa ba na diha, congressman, or sa municipal mayor ba or local. Kung na may problema sa eskwelahan, you go directly to the school. Or even by chatting or by messaging sa atong college president. Okay, dili na siya highly discouraged na muna, no? Okay. Ang concern is under sa atong campus, di na to ipaabot sa uban. As long as kaya na to ma-resolve, i-resolve na to. If ever di na to kaya mo-resolve, that's the thing nga, pwede na to na siya i-raise sa higher position. Okay, so I hope klaro sa tanang estudyante, and padayon lang gyapon ta, no, laban lang ta, na although naamo da sa inyo kang mga matagbalay, no, you are also encouraged, no, to do your job perfectly, no, sa students. Mahimo dili mo mag-skip og classes ninyo kay pwede na siya mahimong grounds para ma-terminate mo or probably mawala mo sa education o mababa inyong grade or unsa ba. Okay, mabagsak mo. So kana. And your teachers has the right actually to do that, no? Pwede mo bagsakon, pwede kayo. Okay? And just to inform you that I've been monitoring, no, students, because that's part of my job, not only to monitor the campus but also this monitoring you even you are at home. So that's it. Kanalan, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Nino, for the campus safety services. So, happy ta jud ta mahuman, no, gamay na atong speakers, and then pwede jud mo maniud to lang dira, basta i-off lang ninyo ang inyong camera ha kay maglaway mi. Okay, so let's proceed with Sir Norman Takasan for the ICT for some reminders.
Okay, good noon sa tanan. This is a short lang na ano, mag-share screen lang ako kadali. Ay, okay. So, may problema kay sorry naka-live magugo. So, ako na lang siyang itabo na kadali lang. So, katong naka-live, so palihog na lang ko direct out sa screen kay naka-display capture ko. Okay, for the ano, I have here the list no sa reasons why you can't access the or properly use the corporate email. So, first of all, I have here the forgotten password. So some of you or most of you nakalimot ko sa password kay since wala gigamit during first sem. So the solution for this is to reset your corporate email. Okay? So PM mo sa ako kay after reset na ko ginahatag nga instruction and please follow those instruction. Okay? The second one is not using the corporate email during first semester. Okay? So halos man mo kamutanan, okay? So 70 to 80% wala nagamit during first sem. So that's why most of you dili ka access sa corporate email. It's because 2 to 3 months nga wala ninyo paggamit sa corporate email considered as deactivated or deactivate. It's because wala man ninyo gigamit. So need sa system nato nga dili kayo siya mabugatan. So ma-deactivate to siya. So the solution for this is to reset again your corporate email para ma-activate na pag-utro. Again, PM sa kuha, it's either me or sa Iana. Okay? So, the third one is multiple login. So, kaning multiple login na to, muna siya ato ginatawag na daghan mong device na ginagamit. Like just for example, namoy personal nga smartphone. Karon, nag-login mo using your corporate email. And then, nag-eskwela ko, namigad to, nalimtan ninyo ang inyong cellphone. Karon na ipapasa sa inyo nga modules or activities, ning gamit na pud mo og lahi nga cellphone or nakigamit lang mo. So mind you, na and every devices or every device na gigamit ninyo, mag-require na siya nga i-change og password, mag-request na siya nga i-change niyo ang password kay ano, mao na siya atong security features para dili basta-basta ma-hack ang atong corporate email. So karon sa second device nga atong pag-login, automatic atong first device dili na to siya katong personal smartphone nyo dili na to siya maka-access. Mo nang pagbalik ninyo dito sa inyong device ninyo sa inyong personal nga cellphone, patingala na mo dili ko ka-access sir ngani. It's because nag-change na mag-password dito sa ikaduha. And then ang existing ninyo nga gilagin is yung katong daan pa. So ang solution ani i-log out ang katong existing nga gigamit ninyo corporate email and then log in balik using the corporate email and the new password na inyong gibuhat dito sa ikaduha nga device. Kung dili makaya, i-PM sa kuha kay atong i-reset. Ano lang. Okay? The fourth one is the using the corporate email directly to the app without setting it as default. Okay? Ang pasabot ani, just like sa Google Classroom which is now ang pinakaano jud no, ang yung cellphone is na siya default nga email na gamit, 'di ba, sa Google Play Store, 'di ba? Nag-input mo dito personal ninyo nga email ninyo. So karon access mo sa corporate sa Google Classroom using the corporate email. Okay, makasulod mo ana. Pero ang resulta ana it's because dili man na corporate email inyo gigamit as default kay inyo man ang personal, makasulod mo pero during sa submission sa inyo mga activities ka-error mo. Magka-error mo na, ma-block mo na. It's because ang Gmail ninyo is dili corporate email ang inyong naka-login. Dapat tanan Gmail accounts ninyo corporate email gamit. Mapa-Google Classroom man na, mapa-Google Meet man na, labi na ng Gmail. That's why katong ginahatag na ko nga instruction sa pag-reset akong password na kindly log into Gmail again using the same password that were given to you by your instructor. Please sunda to. Ayaw kay diretso mo log in sa Google Classroom using corporate email. Kay lahi man akong instruction, Gmail akong gipaingon, dili Google Classroom. Okay? I hope nakasinabtan na itaana. And then, the fifth one is the device itself. Kana mismo smartphone na inyong ginagamit. Dili tanan devices ninyo, kabulo ko dili tanan suito sa mga devices no, labi na sa smartphone, labi na kay bago pang palit. Pero please update the software, update the OS of that device nga inyong gigamit kay. For some instance, na ay mga features just like Google Classroom nga dili ma-activate or dili magamit sa isa ka device. Sa kana nga problema, wala ko mabuhat ana. Where I am, akong covered lang sa context support is the corporate email alone. Using the different application or platform in online class, just like Google Meet and Google Classroom, is beyond my support. It's because it is not being promoted by our school na muna ang gamiton, but it is a discretion of your faculty or instructor na gamiton. And yes, ang your corporate email is applicable for that. Okay, pero na yung mga nag-PM sa kuha nga ang device mismo ang problema nga ako gyapon ang ginaano. Pero I would suggest if naay ko problema sa inyong device or sa inyong smartphone na ginagamit, please consider using lain nga cellphone, lain nga devices. Palihog lang ko para dili ta malangay. Okay? And then the last one is the lack of interest in using the corporate email. Daghan kayo magyaw-yaw, daghan kayo og magsigi og reklamo. Pero wala wala interest paggamit ba kanang gusto lang spoon feed per minute ba. Okay, so wala man nato ni giingon nga gipakuan sa inyo pag-ayop ang inyong corporate email para sa inyo ha man ni dili ni ako ang pagbuot kundi pagbuot ni sa management sa CVSC ay paggamit kay during sa karong next nga school year, academic year, dito na i-send sa inyong corporate email ang inyong mga CUR. It's because mo na ay problema karon sa register. More than 10 accounts sa register ang na-block tungod kay ang ginaribuhat sa register is spamming. Ang mga CUR ninyo ginasend nila through messenger. So ang tawagan na is spamming, gina-block na ni FB. So ang solusyon ana dito na i-send sa inyong corporate email. Okay? So let me clarify to you. Okay? May text support regarding corporate email lang jud, okay? For those who are using app just like Google Classroom, so since dili ako ang part sa nag-develop ana nga app, dili ko swito kayo ana. Okay? Kung ang problema ninyo is corporate email, matubag na ko na. But regarding sa app mismo, dili ko katubag ana except kanya akong ginaingon, Google and YouTube is your friend. Okay? So ayo jud mo kalimot na after ninyo access sa inyong corporate email, please kindly set up recovery email and number sa inyong corporate email. Para in case na kung makalimot mo, pwede rin nyo i-forget password. Okay? So actually, due to time constraint, I decided na magbuhat na lang jud ko og video tutorial kung unsaon pag-login using the desktop and the smartphone. So ako na lang siyang i-post during sa atuang sa atong mga pages para kay I know some of you na lisod kay pasabton na dili gusto mo sabot og napoy gusto magpa-spoon feed na lang. Okay? So let me remind you again na once na may mag-reset og password, the second time around nga mag-reset may password, mag-require na may og request letter and explanation kay kana nga time kapabayaan na siya. Okay? For the first time nga magpa-reset mo, it's okay, kasabot mi ana. Pero the second time is pagpabaya na siya. So ako na lang siyang i-stipulate dito sa ako ang instruction after mag-reset. Okay? So just wait na lang sa akong video tutorial nga akong buhaton para sa Google Classroom sa pag-login and anything about Google. Okay, para wala na kayo sige pangutana ug walay kalibog katong mga dili gusto magtuon, wala interest. Palihog ko tanawan ninyo ang video na kong buhaton soon. Okay? So I think that's it. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Takasan, for the reminders. Now let's go back to Ma'am Lady Asuncion, our branch psychometrician for the guidance and testing services. Ma'am Lady.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Madunggan ba ko?
Yes po, ma'am. Good afternoon.
So, for the guidance and counseling unit, um, I will be presenting the services of the guidance and counseling unit. Hello, students. Napa ba mo?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
I hope everyone is doing well. So this is going to be an amazing and incredible semester. So here are some of the services of guidance and counseling unit. First is the individual inventory services, information orientation services. So makita nyo dira, mabasa ninyo as to follow. So since limited na lang atong time, I will just push through na lang sa pinakababa sa reminders. So as of this, moral sa mostly kasagaran ng mga services na gina-offer karon sa guidance and counseling unit is the counseling. So you can also reach us with this contact numbers and also the Facebook page, the CVSC Montevista GTO. So, for your concerns, pwede po magpa-appointment for counseling. Pwede mo mag-message mo sa Facebook page. And also, you can also email us at gtomontevista@cbsc.edu.ph. So, for this second semester, I hope everyone naka-fill up na sa enrollment portal. Kasi, mo po natong basis sa enrollment, no? So, sa mga wala pa naka-fill up, kindly fill up na lang po. You can just input the campus, then your ID number. Then, after that is makasunod na mo, pwede na mo mag-fill up dito sa inyong mga personal information. So, I think that would be all for the guidance and counseling unit. By the way, here are the personal in the guidance and counseling unit. Yours truly, Lady Roxanne Asuncion, Guidance and Counseling Unit Coordinator.
Then Sir Janelle P. Charlotte is our Career Services Coordinator. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Lady. Now let's proceed to the library services. Let's have Mr. Jimmy Salulukan.
Ano? Ay, isa ko na ito malaki. Okay. Makita, sir?
Yes, Sir Jimmy. Go ahead po.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. By the way, I am Jimmy Salukan, the CVSC Montevista branch live online services for the new normal. First, online reference or ask a librarian. Clients may ask the librarian through a phone call, text, or email. Online reference queries can be answered efficiently if related to the library. Entertain call and text message from Monday to Friday at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Contact number, then email at Library Montevista at cbsc.edu.ph. Second, online document delivery and scanning of articles. The clientele could request a copy of articles via online through our Facebook page, messenger, and email address. The library personnel could scan articles from the books, journal, and e-resources per page that are only available in the library by sending via email or messenger. You can request a copy of articles by scanning from the books or journals or any hard copy of library resources. This is the format how to request for scanning of articles. For monitoring purposes, send that message via messenger or email account kahit i-type nyo na lang. Third, current awareness service. The library provides current awareness to library users by posting newly acquired library resources and other updates through Facebook page. Facebook page CVSC Library Montevista branch and Facebook page link. Subscribe databases. Please use it database. CBSE is subscribing this for you para hindi naman masayang. So this the links, password, calendar for the journal URL ejournals.ph, password CBSCPEJ, username CBSCPEJ. Next, library hours open Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Book pick up, you can borrow book at the gate or guard house, provide also that you will follow health protocols and measures. Requirements for borrowing of books, library card and borrower's card. So wala pa man tayo face-to-face or application of library card and borrower's card. We have online application. Pero hindi ko pa natapos. Kung matapos ko na, i-post ko lang sa library Facebook page yung online application of library card and borrower's card. But if you want to borrow books, just contact us. By the way, to all students has library card and borrower's card, you can apply again because we have a new format for ISO. Returning of borrowed books. You can carefully put or drop your borrowed books at the dropping box to be provided at the guard house or sa guard na lang ibigay. This the format for returning slip. Pero kami na ang mag-provide nito. Mag-fill out lang kayo kung mag-return kayo ng books at the guard house or the gate. For the online queries, you can reach us through the following social media accounts. End of the orientation. Hope to see you soon in July. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sir Jimmy, and that's it for the library services. Now,
Welcome.
I will be presenting the Teacher Education Department faculty. Is my screen visible na po?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So let me
sir.
present to you the Teacher Education Department faculty of Compostela Valley State College, Montevista branch. Our program head is Miss Luella A. Hugo LPT Maed. Yours truly, Pedro P. Raimunde Jr. LPT Maed is your BS Ed program coordinator. Mr. Arnel T. Sarantas LPT Maed is your BE Ed program coordinator. Mr. Jeho A. Villamil LPT Maed is our SAS head. Ms. Risha P. Vale LPT Maed is our extension head. Ms. Lois Jade M. Taran LPT is our English subject area in charge. Mr. Michael C. Morris Jr. LPT is our mathematics subject area in charge. Ms. Stephanie Apple M. Piodo, LPT, is our Professional Education Subject Area in charge, and at the same time, our TED Production Services Coordinator. Mr. Jake Andro D. Colindres, LPT, is our Physical Education Subject Area in charge, and at the same time, our Socio-Cultural Coordinator. Mr. Josel Jan M. Gomez, LPT, is our Practicum in charge, and at the same time, our BLEP Review in charge. Ms. Janet R. Oyangorin, LPT, is our General Services Coordinator. Ms. Arian Ray O. Garcia, LPT, is our TED Research and Extension Coordinator. Ms. Derivic H. Diasis, LPT, is our Quality Assurance Coordinator. Mr. Nino Jan G. Olivar, MAT, is our Safety and Security in charge. Ms. Karen Biancapi Tigulio, LPT, is our Science Laboratory in charge. Mr. Lloyd P. Comi, LPT MAED, is our Sports Coordinator. Ms. Lovely B. Asur, RPM, is our Records and Management Coordinator. Ms. Nina Jane A. Labastida, LPT, is our School Publication Advisor and at the same time our Yearbook Coordinator. Mr. John Mark B. Lapus, LPT, is our CSC Advisor. Mr. Jonel P. Sharot, LPT, is our Alumni Coordinator and Career Services Coordinator. Ms. Giza May S. Cabilar, LPT, is our Information Officer and at the same time our Speech Laboratory in charge. Ms. Teresa G. Ufan, LPT, is our GAD Coordinator. Mr. Kaimar G. Duruan, LPT, is our IP Coordinator. Mr. Abel Isa G. LPT, is a BSEd faculty, specializing mathematics. Mr. Josepher John P. Sibilio is a BSEd faculty and he is specializing in English. Ms. Lauren P. Sanko, LPT, is our General Education Subject Area in charge. Mr. Ray John B. Ribucas, LPT, is a BEd faculty. And we have Mr. Marjon M. Villarias, LPT, as our LRC in charge. And we have Ms. Jerry Lou R. Guzman, LPT, a BEd faculty specializing in mathematics. And that would be all. Thank you, future top nurturers and educators. Be mean, make excellence a necessity. Now let us welcome Ms. Cecilieta P. Incaliado for the introduction of the entrepreneurship department.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. For the Entrepreneurship Department faculty, first we have Ms. Karen Gay Redoblado, LPT DBM, our OIC Branch Director. Mr. Jesseroy M. Alcaraz, CPA MBA, our Program Head. Yours truly, Cecilieta Incaliado, the Program Coordinator. Ms. Analiza I. Panindim, LPT, the NSTP Coordinator. Mr. Kevin B. Arsenal, LPT, Accounting Subject Area in Charge. Ms. Sarah O. Kabahit, our Extension Coordinator. Ms. Isa L. Damalario, LPT, our Marketing Subject Area in Charge, as well as the Production Coordinator. Ms. Christine G. Gumanit, our Research Coordinator. Ms. Leite R. Makaganda, LPT, our Management Subject Area in Charge. Mr. Meljon C. Gonzalez, the Business Implementation Coordinator. Mr. Alberto L. Iana Jr., LPT, the Student Discipline Coordinator and the Branch ICT Coordinator. Marvin M. Sumega, LPT, the Multi-Faith Coordinator. Ms. Angelica Caspilio, LPT, our Students Club Coordinator. Ms. Shirley Jean M. Plaza, LPT, the Student Housing Coordinator and the Ecological Solid Waste Management Unit Coordinator. Mr. Jezreel J. G. Lopez, LPT, the PWD Coordinator, Mr. Andrew Justin P. Pajarito, the Branch Production Head, Ms. Charlene Joyce B. Nerves, LPT, the Incubation in Charge, Mr. Loreto G. Atamosa, LPT, Ms. Charis V. Abante, LPT, and Ms. Gina Hitgano for the professional courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Ceciliata Encaliado. Now, do we have a presentation for the non-teaching personnel? Sige, I guess there would be none. So let's proceed to the open forum or the question and answer portion. Now we have a question here in the chat box and anyone in the Student Affairs and Services Unit can answer. Good afternoon, sir. Na ako'y concern about sa student ID na ana ang uban ID sa taga second year, sir. Then especially sa first year pod, sir, asa sila magpa-picture sa student's ID?
Good afternoon, everyone. Madunggan ako.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Okay.
Tiho.
Good afternoon. About sa school ID, nagmeeting may tanang OSAS head. Karon pa daw dili pa pwede maka-produce ang mga first year sa mga ID kay because kailangan daw nila di pa man daw pwede mag face to face kay but naapod ni suggestion ato amo pang i-consolidate tanan ang among mga suggestion na pwede daw siguro if ever madayon og maabot pud tong machine nga pwede ipasa na lang og picture ang mga bata og mga information nila para kami na lang daw ang mag process sa ID if maabot tong mga katong machine nga gi-request na ni Ma'am Judith katong amo ang director gyud sa OSAS. So mao na to among gipaabot na pud para sa ID.
Sige, thank you, Sir Gio. Do you have any concerns? You may write them down in the chat box if you have some questions. Siguro yung question, no? Kay ipanggutom na. So if you have some concerns, no, you may direct chat the coordinators, no, those who presented this morning and this afternoon, para direct ang inyong pag-ask o pag-address sa inyong concerns. Now, let's hear a message from our Vice President for Academic Affairs. Let's welcome Dr. Lilibeth Emma Tunhay.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yes
ma'am.
po, ma'am.
Okay, at long last. So, apologies, I cannot switch on my video because I'm using my desktop for the moment while attending the OSTP card technology transfer protocol. So, however, even from the start of your program, I already monitored what transpired on your whole day, almost a day of sharing good things to our students and stakeholders. So I will not hold you so long, but I wish everybody well, especially for the inputs earlier presented by NICA and the Provincial Health Office regarding vaccination awareness. I hope your apprehensions, reservations with regards to vaccination are now cleared up. Although it was emphasized by Dr. Ibiernas the issue right. However, he also made mention that you as much as possible, let's hold on to the 30% um, na ibigay natin yan sa 60 years old and below, and let us encourage ourselves, our parents, relatives to please disseminate the information that as far as the experts are concerned, there's nothing wrong with the vaccines to be made available soon for us to contain the spread of virus, and for the time na napod tayo kay variant, which is double ang iyahang alarming na effect with the people of Davao de Oro. And at the same time, this equally important and very scary virus that needs also our attention and cooperation is, of course, alam natin yung ILCAC. How can we possibly contribute to destroy or end the local armed conflict, not only in Mindanao, but even in Davao de Oro is already a big help for us if we will participate of the campaign of the government against the spread of something that is dangerous to the government. It doesn't mean that we will be prohibited to air out our grievances, whatever grievances that we have against the government, but we can do that in a manner that is acceptable by law, but not doing struggles na beyond the provisions of the law or beyond what the law dictates. There are lawful means that we can air out our grievances to the government. And likewise, for the first year, faculty, staff, and students for the first year, we hope that we can provide you the best education you expect from CVSC, despite the setup that we have at the moment. We are praying that this is just temporary. We know you are very much excited to cherish memories with your friends, supposedly, when you have to do the face-to-face interaction with your friends and colleagues. I hope in the near future, everything will be in place. But for the moment, I am also encouraging faculty and staff to make alalay to our students the best as we can at our disposal, given that we are all victims of this pandemic. So kana lang siguro, and I hope you well. Whenever you have problems, I am very much confident that your respective program coordinators, deans, and of course, your branch director would always be made available anytime, so that we can always have a smooth sailing academic operation despite the challenge of COVID-19. So this is also one way for us to make us and let the system know that we are resilient despite the challenge. Parang ganyan yung ipakita natin sa ating mga kababayan, amigos, silingan, na we are not affected that much as far as your ambition for the students, your determination to finish, your gusto gyud nga mahuman ka. Do not let this pandemic as the hindrance. Instead, we have to motivate ourselves, innovate, think out of the box. What else can you possibly do? Despite that you are just staying at home for now, we can do a lot of things that is very much productive. We cannot just simply wait until the face-to-face encounter comes, because it might take so long, despite vaccination is along the way. So mo lang na siya kung challenge sa everyone. I hope na natuhop sa atong mga kasing-kasing ato sa dugan, itong mga gi-share sa ato as sa mga esteemed resource persons with regards to vaccination and LCAC. They need our cooperation. So kato lang, on behalf of the college president, our college president is at the moment on her leave of absence, but she will be back tomorrow. Thank you very much and hope everybody is well. Maayong hapon kanatong tanan. Bye everyone.
Thank you po, Doc
Thank you,
Lilibeth
Doc
M.
Marta.
Matunahay. for staying with us and parting words of encouragement to our students and to our faculty. Thank you po, Doc Beth. God bless you po. And to end this orientation, let us have Mr. Jeho A. Villamil for his closing remarks. Sir Jeho.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, good afternoon. Before we end our orientation, I would like to thank you to all my colleagues, especially to my all colleagues, for the positive feedback of the student also. Thank you very much for your support and good afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Jiho. And that ends our virtual reorientation for second semester academic year 2020-2021. Now, to all our students who are still in Zoom, thank you for staying with us. To all our students in Facebook Live and in the YouTube, thank you for staying with us. And I hope that we have learned something from this reorientation for this second semester academic year 2020-2021. And this has been your host. I am Pedro P. Raimunde Jr. And stay safe and healthy. God bless everyone and ad majorem de gloriam.
Thank you, everyone. God bless.